Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and we are ready for the Challenger playoffs. We're starting today, we're finishing today, but I'm not doing it alone. I'm once again joined by the wonderful Dispatch. How are you doing today, my buddy?
Throat's a little bit sore from casting last night, but then again, we've got this beautiful duo for 3 series before it is immediately handed off to, I believe, Danny Boy and Psycho, which is going to be a treat within itself. And perhaps a rude awakening for some of the players that haven't witnessed their casting. However brutal, it is magnificent. But right now, we do have the kings of the Challenger Division in Primordial who have not lost or even drawn a single game this season, looking to take my record. I'm hoping I can cast a curse them into the ground, and Neptunium are definitely going to be my key to get there.
You can already hear a bit of bias coming out. Of course, we have the playoff bracket right here in front of your face. We have Pardus against Masai and Primordial against Neptunium up here in the upper bracket. But that's not all. Lower bracket consists of Pyromancers, Nesigo Gang, Parthenius, and Eclipse. They will be fighting down there. They only have 1 life, but we're still here in the uppers. 2 lives left to go. And, I mean, you said it before a bit, Dispatch. The favorites, Primordial, and, well, let's get the stats underway as well. Let's go look at some stats for them, because let's show you why you think they are such a hot team. They are the best team right now.
First to second in separate conferences, and there's a 15-game difference. As I said, they have gone, I believe, is it 16-0-0? They haven't even drawn a game. They've only had 3-1 and 4-1 results this season. The goals for and the goals against, 84 goals against, 239 saves, 245 demos. In every single stat, they looked absolutely amazing. And the thing that I'm going to look out for here, because I've heard a lot of things about Primordial, I am correct, it is 18 wins, 0 draws, and 0 losses for Primordial. They are a good team because they do everything that needs to be done, the basics of Rocket League, very, very well. This is not like a case of players just being, oh, we're mechanical, we're going to take on the tier. There is the case for them to do that, but they just do everything perfectly.
I think one stat that really just indicates that is the goals against. Only 84, I mean. That is such a low percentage to have against you. That is an amazing stat to have. They barely get a bit over a goal a game against themselves. That is nuts. Even for the better tier teams, that is an insane stat to have. But those are not the only stats we have. Of course, we also have the team stats, the player stats, I mean. And what really shines through here, do you think, Dispatch?
Well, obviously the win percentage for Primordial, I mean, their subs win percentage from Neptunium has the exact same as the entire roster. And 85 is a very, very high amount. For me, I'm looking out for Twisted here. 1 goal per game, 68 assists as well. 113 saves, Twisted being an amazing player in this tier. 32% shooting, 66% goal participation. Twisted is the key man for Primordial.
The key man. I mean, it's clear to see if you look at the stats. It's very simple to look at. But let's not forget, we've been hyping up Primordial so much, but that's, of course, deserving. But looking at the other side, Neptunium, we already saw them play against in the play-ins. They have been looking really solidified. They generally surprised me with how well they have been playing. Quite honestly, Dispatch, I think this is going to be a lot closer than some people may expect. And you've already said, I'm going to be hoping for Neptunium to maybe take a victory right here.
Yep.
It could be possible. No matter how hard it will be, of course, you are fighting up against a hill that's quite steep. It is not impossible. And for Neptunium, if they can show that same bit of consistency, that same bit of solidarity that they have, it could generally mean that we're going to see such a close match here, and we could maybe see a 3-2 coming out. But quite honestly, Dispatch, I think Primordial has this in the bag.
I think that's the safest bet you can make in RSC history. I'm going to say it's going to be 3-1 to Primordial as we do get underway in Game 1. Everything is up to play for,
Never mind.
Who
Never mind.
Guessed? Neptunium do take the lead.
Never mind, scrap it. Yep. Dispatch, this is why we cast and we don't do anything else anymore, because clearly we don't know what we're talking about.
Clearly, indeed.
It's a sad thing. It's a sad thing, but it's a good thing for Neptuni. And right from the get-go, a bit of a free goal with the kickoff. Primordial will be kicking themselves in the butt a tiny bit, thinking like, oh, we should not be giving away easy goals like that right from the start. As another shot coming through, easily saved by Tomer. It's still in a good position though, and maybe Omar finally gets the ball gone, but it's not easy at all. And that man in particular, Miracle. Watch out for him, but also watch out for PPF. Just getting the save right there, but still not safe.
And things looking very scary for both sides so far. The shot difference coming out from Neptunium. DPF able to get 2 so far. Goal coming from that and 1 save as well. Been pretty much everywhere on the field so far. And this is the Primordial aggression that we are used to. Primordial are definitely going to try to box teams in and get them to crack. If Neptunium can keep up how they're playing, we're only a minute into the first game, they will definitely be able to keep this team at bay, but both teams still have time to warm up here.
And I don't know how much you've watched of the play-ins yourself this match, but that one-man Miracle that I hinted at before, he was a saving grace for Neptunium. So many times he saved them in defense and in offense. He really was such an important figure for this team. And quite honestly, I think with this early lead for Neptunium, they generally have it in them to just make this a 1-0 game and keep this going for themselves.
And the DPF is on the ball now. He does have some time to get the ball cleared, but immediately bouncing into his half. Tomer and Twisted having to combine to get the ball to the center. DPF is less in net, rushed in by Tomer as the ball is cleared. Omar there once again. Pressure coming out from Primordial. This is what we are here to expect. Twisted trying to clear the ball high here. Will there be a player there? Miracle just whiffing it by a very tight margin. Ball now cleared to the Neptunium side of the pitch and miss coming out in the defense. Tomer does have a chance to clear this ball middle, tries to flip it out, manages to get the touch down. Demos do come out. Velios just has time to relieve the pressure. So back and forth so far in this first game.
Definitely, but it's only favoring Neptunium as the ball gets pushed to the side into the blue half. It's finally clear, but it's back again. Here, Miracle looking for a good old dunk, but can't get it past the last one. Omar's still in a good position, but gets dunked himself. They have to be careful. This ball almost bouncing in from the ceiling, and it's getting a bit scrappy here in the blue side. They eventually do get this ball gone and out, but once again in the hands of a Miracle, getting blocked by Omar. A lot of 50s going on right now.
The 4-shot difference in favor of Neptunium. This one is gliding towards the net of Primordial. Elios getting blocked away by Omar. Maybe a chance for a counterattack. Tomer is in the ball. May try race to get this ball to the net, but just too high. No one's there. Twisted trying to dive in as the third man. It's just too high off the bar. DPF, maybe with a chance for a counterattack here. May have low boost, but does pick up the middle. Tries to get this off the backboard, but Tomer is there to clear. Miracle looking for the infield. Is DPF going to be there in time? He's not pressed away, but Omar able to get a pinch. Velios to try keep pressure. Once again, both teams playing very much ping-pong Rocket League at the moment. Sending the ball back and forth. Feeling each other out in this first game, but Neptunium is looking on top currently.
Twisted. Getting a slow touch to the side, looking for a bit of that control. Gets it with the ceiling. Could maybe get an air dribble set up. It's onto the backboard, but a second person, Twisted already... The second person was already there, and it led to just so much awkwardness in the defense, in the offense. Double commits, not what you would like to see. Miracle hitting it out, but Twisted blocking it off. Velios keeping the ball stuck in the midfield, and what I predicted that earlier seems to be happening. DPF trying to get a second, this one just wide, but Miracle keeps the offensive pressure going, and really no answer just yet from Primordial. They've only had 1 shot on target so far this match.
As we do find ourselves in the Neptunium half, a demo coming out from Twisted, but Miracle does have time to clear. Tomer racing for the ball, popping it high. Twisted is going to be able to get on the end of it. Pops this slow towards net. Tomer off the side wall. Will this one be able to bounce forward? Omar just with a shot. Not close enough to the net. Is Twisted going to be there on the rebound? Tries to get this ball to the backboard, but Velios, let's cut out with not much boost, trying to reach this ball, but it is free for Tomer. Omar missing the ball. Will there be a chance for a shot for Twisted? Hitting the bar. Will a demo come through? DPF is just able to clear and buy time for Neptunium.
And again, it's just showing Neptunium how controlled and relaxed they are. They are a team that's generally working together quite a lot. And it's just so hard to break through, especially that midfield line, non-stop someone in your face, not giving you any chance, but there's still a chance for sending itself. Twisted! Twisting the ball past the defense. I don't know how it hit the post and went in like that.
That was a really awkward balance, but both Miracle and DPF missing it on the goal line. So we're not able to clear the ball, and considering how this game's gone for Neptunium, it's really got to hurt that that's the goal that goes in. They know they could have done better.
Must be painful, especially with the dying seconds coming out. And once again, Primordial, maybe they can finish it off in normal time, but no. Game 1 dispatched, and we're going to overtime.
DPF does have time to lift the ball into the air, beats out 2 defenders, looking to try to get the ball to backboard, going for the double tap, knocks it down. Oh, does not get the angle. Twisted, racing with the Velios and Miracle, able to get the ball cleared. Toma with the ball, but not much boost. DPF to rush and get the ball into the center. Miracle able to get the clear. Twisted pops the ball high into the ceiling. Is it going to be there? No, Velios just able to get the clear, able to get a second touch. Omar is left in the midfield, but Toma has time to clear. DPF is on the end of this one. Bouncing so awkwardly off the dunk to the net. As Velios is able to get the clear, Primordial just being shut out. Pretty fortunate goal for them. Right now, Neptunium really need to put a shift in to get themselves a win in Game 1.
Set up his team once again, but this one not working out. He gets pushed to the side, but it's still Twisted, keeping the offensive pressure going. Back into the middle we go. Elias getting the ball past, but still not getting it past the midfield line. Primordial really doing what Neptunium did to them during this entire game, pretty much. Just getting them stuck in their own half. No real easy chance to break out and break free. Tomer once again a shot on target, easily saved by Miracle. Second chance from Omar, but not on target, and the bounce not coming anywhere near. Tomer, the midfield pass not really working out, and that's something I want to see a bit more from Primordial. I want to see a couple more midfield passes, a couple more passing play, work together, show us what this topside team can do when they're all linked up together.
Toma taking the ball higher here towards the net. Velios just able to touch the ball into the corner. Miracle trying to pop it out. Plays it a little bit rushed, and awkward on the defense now is Neptunium. Velios there to clear the ball for his side once again. Does have an opportunity here. Omar racing back, does not have much boost. Able to pick it up, bouncing towards the net. Twitter is there. This one actually going over towards Neptunium net. Miracle is ready for the clear. The bumps and demos trying to come through. The double tap to the post. So close to Primordial. They're just not able to break through the Neptunium defense.
Now Neptunium, they have to be careful though. This is a miss coming out, but Miracle once again saving his team, getting it over towards the offensive half, getting it into the blue half. DPF taking it slow, taking it easy, but then still gets baited out to jump for it. Omar with a beautiful setup into the middle we go. Twisted is not quick enough in the 50, once again leading to nothing. Velios goes past one, can't get it past the second. No boost in the tank, it makes it a bit hard. Twisted now towards the side we go, and leaving it alone for Omar, but not a good touch, but at least attempt to help out your teammates. And I say this all the time, if I'm coaching or casting, if you can't get the ball, you better get the person.
It's Miracle trying to get a shot on net here, but Twisted is just able to clear. Has no boost, gets demoed for their efforts, but DPF does have time, trying to knock it up to the backboard. Uncontested, tries to get the bounce middle. Velios is on the end of this ball, bouncing high in the defense. Twisted and Omar combining to get the ball cleared. Toma able to beat out Miracle in the midfield. Now, Neptunium do need time to reset, but they give the ball away. Twisted looking ever so in control, taking this one high, trying to take it to the backboard. Miracle blocking as it does bounce down, but no one from Primordial there to capitalize.
It really has been a second man problem for Primordial. Maybe they're just too used to being able to do a solo play like Miracle is doing right now. Twisted blocking him off, but they're not safe just yet. If Velios bring it in front of the net, a good touch away though, meaning that we're back to the drawing board for Neptunium. Not getting past the defense just yet. Omar setting up, and once again, where is your second man? That goal was open dispatch, but no one there to finish it off.
The second man has been a recurring issue for this Primordial side. I did say that this team has been very good because they do everything right, but the rotations not looking correct at the moment. Neptunium have not been able to get the better of them. They started out this game being ahead, but as we do near what is regulation time, we nearly played 2 series here, 2 games even in this series, and we're only in overtime. Right now, both these teams really need to clutch up. I just don't see anyone making a major mistake. They've really just got to try get aggressive, try force something through, or have some insane solo play, because neither team looking ready to give up game 1.
think I've just barely seen a couple of small whiffs and small double commits, but nothing too majorly, and that's really impressive for these two teams, as Twisted trying to get another goal for his team. And let me remind you, the only goal that went in so far for Primordial was a bit of a weird bounce from the post that just, for some reason, rolled on into the net. It really hasn't been easy sailings for Primordial, and now you have to be careful. Good demo coming out as well. Twisted bring it back forth once again. DPF misses the ball, and you see it! One whiff is all you need. Tomer gets the goal.
Primordial just able to claw back when all hope seemed lost. Twisted playing it past the defense for the first to send them to overtime. And Tomer combining with his teammate to be able to win the overtime in game one. Primordial, the team that are predicted by pretty much everybody to win this tier, being challenged by Neptunium early, but there is a lot more to come. That is only the first game. DPF putting in an absolutely huge shift for Neptunium. Will be disappointed to not take the lead in the series, but there definitely is lots more for them to be able to take.
If this is how today's gonna go, Dispatch, I just want to say RIP Dispatch's voice. That won't be surviving if this is how we'll continue today. What an amazing game one. What a good showcase of the level of skill that these two teams really have. You saw it. One mistake was all it took for eventually Neptunium to lose here. Just one small whiff, one small mistake. That is the level you're at right now. You need to be almost near perfect. And as we are moving on to Forbidden Temple, are we going to see another level of consistency from both these two teams? Or are we going to see a bit of nerves coming out? Or are we going to see domination from Primordial?
Oof. I don't know what to expect, because Neptunium can definitely bring some brilliant Rocket League to the side of Primordial, but Primordial just shutting them down. They looked very defensive, did Primordial, for most of that first game, but around 1 minute into the overtime, they started really bringing it to Neptunium. They really brought the offense, all the aggression, and Neptunium just did not have the chance to score. They had all the shots early on, but they just were not able to do more than get the lead. But as we do get into game two, everything's up in the air if Primordial will be able to go to match point, or if Neptunium will be able to take us level.
We will never know, but eventually time will tell us. Twisted trying to get an early goal past DPF, but it's not working around this time. But Tomer keeping the offensive pressure going, looking for that midfield pass. It's a beautiful setup and a beautiful shot on target. And this is what you like to see from Primordial.
This is the Primordial we're used to seeing. A brilliant bump, brilliant pass from Tomer. It's a very easy shot for Twisted, right into the bottom left corner. As I said, what they do well in this tier is the basics. It's never anything insanely flashy. There's potential for it to be there, but they just look good at doing what is normal. Basics this team has mastered, and Primordial, I'm telling you now, we will see a lot more goals looking like that across the day.
I am ready for this. Omar looking to get an easy second going, but did force at least a double commit out from the Neptunium defense, and now they have to be a bit careful. Omar not getting the shot on target though. Velios trying to look for the pinch, not really working out. And it's a bit messy so far in game two for Neptunium. Maybe the overtime loss really shook them up. Not expecting to maybe have this much of a fighting chance against the player number one. As Tomer hits this ball up, DPF's a bit quicker though, meaning that a chance could present itself, with Miracle not quick enough to the ball, but the offensive pressure keeps on building. Tomer with an easy clear, but it's not far enough, and the double tap not looking too great either. DPF now, what can you do? What can you set up? Well, not too much.
It just is looking very rough for this Neptunium side to try and get into this, but as they do try to get a shot here, double commit coming out, very uncharacteristic from Primordial. Oma does have a chance for a counter sack, able to get the ball into the middle here, but it's cleared away by Miracle. Over to the blue backboard, it bounces away in the corner. Miracle might have a chance for a shot. It's behind Twisted. Brilliant backflip, able to get the save and relieve a bit of pressure, but DPF trying to keep going for this Neptunium side, trying to get them on the board in game two. Right now, Primordial is looking a lot like the better side.
They are, but they have to be careful. You can be the better team for so long, and with only one goal lead, you're not going to be safe at all, especially not against this Neptunium side. That is looking for a lot. Miracle now can't get out of his own defense though. DPF is there to help him out. A good big clear, but your biggest enemy, your biggest nightmare is waiting on the other end. It's Twisted. Once again, looking for a couple of good 50s. Miracle Not getting good control over on this bottom. Means that Tomer has an easy clear. Good pass into the middle. Is there someone to blow it up? No, there is not. And Twisted to Tomer, meaning that the counter-attack is a go.
And right now, Neptunium just need to do a little bit more against this side as DPF trying to find an assist but managing to block. Ivalos is shot there. Miracle Orc in the defense just flips away. Oh, it's just looking so rough. The mistakes coming out, the bumps coming out on teammates in the Neptunium half. It looks so difficult for them right now. Primordial just overwhelming. A shot to the top right corner is free. Bounces in. Toma able to get the second touch. Beautifully played shot. Very lucky this not to go in, but cleans up, giving Primordial a 2-goal lead.
And Neptunium not really reading what was going on right there in that offensive attack. Couldn't read the 50, couldn't read the bounce. And that leads to an easy goal for Primordial. And now it really is going to be hard for Neptunium to get back into this. But there's a common saying among RLCS casters. The worst lead to have is a 2-0 lead. Because all it takes is just one goal, one chance. DPF can't make it right there to get back into the series.
And all it is that one chance. Neptunium, even though they've had, what, one more shot than Primordial, they've not been taking their chances when it comes to it. Miracle trying to get up the pitch now. Maybe a chance for DPF after a mistake from Toma. You said it's always going to be the worst lead at 2 goals. And Neptunium finally taking their chances. 2-1 and only 1 goal away from tying up the game.
A rare mistake coming out from Primordial though, Dispatch. Not what we expect to see really normally from them. Meaning that Neptunium really has gotten a good chance now to get back into this. And so far for Neptunium, it really has to be coming out from DPF. He's been their strongest player in this series so far. And he's looking to build on that momentum that he's created for Neptunium. But right now you need to be a bit careful here. Twisted with a good pass to Tomer, trying to amend for his mistakes. He does, getting the 3rd goal for this Primordial side. And once again, Twisted at the leading part for this, getting a beautiful pass down.
And it's Twisted and Toma that we're seeing on the offense. As I said, we'd be seeing goals like we saw earlier, and we have seen it a lot. Twisted and Toma directly assisting each other's goals here. 2 for Toma, 1 for Twisted, 2 assists for Twisted, and 1 for Toma. Being very involved with each other going forward, and Omar just sitting back, letting his team do what they want. And when you're winning 3-1, I wouldn't be complaining, but it's Twisted left here on the backboard to Toma. Might just have a chance for an open net. Will it bounce in? No. Omar trying to get the ball around. Manages to get it round the defender for Toma to pick up their hat-trick. I did say that when Primordial play, they do everything so well. Bit of a look coming out there from Omar. Primordial is looking so well organized.
Very simple, very clean, and I'm gonna say something that you probably would not like to hear if you're a Neptunium fan. So maybe if you are, take off your headset, take off your earbuds, whatever you have in right now, and don't listen to what I'm about to say. But I think this game 2 is done and dusted for. You're not gonna be winning this one, and you need to look at game 3. But then comes the other problem. Game 3, you are already 2-0 down. You're looking at a reverse sweep Dispatch. That's gonna be hard.
And we haven't seen one of those on stream yet. I was informed that Pluton yesterday did get a reverse sweep off stream before the series that they had against Ice Claw in the upper final. Which I did cast yesterday. So I was informed we have seen a reverse sweep in playoffs, but on stream is a completely different atmosphere. We are yet to see it. As you said, being 4-1 down this game, definitely going to Primordial. And with the way Primordial playing right now, Neptunium looks so shaky in the second game compared to the first. Trying to reverse sweep a roster this strong is going to be a very difficult task.
I think the worst problem is just that 4 and S, we get the 5th going in for Primordial, just to add on to the stats a bit. The worst part has been that both games have been just 1-goal games from Neptunium. They haven't been able to score more than just once. And that is our big problem. And for Neptunium, you're looking at what can we do different, what can be changed. And quite honestly, I think you need to be looking at a couple more demos. Get the defenders of Primordial out of the way, because clearly defending is their strong suit. So if you can't get past the defender, just go through them. Get them out.
We did see that Primordial being a very demo-heavy side. I believe they had 200 demos or so. Definitely a side that can get aggressive, but just look at how well-rounded out the stats are for this roster. 559 to 418 being the split. Twisted sandwiched between them. Just the consistency is absolutely showing. Toma, 3 for 3 with shots, able to get the hat-trick in that game. All assisted by Twisted. which is a very nice rhyme indeed. But just overall, this side is looking brilliant. It's going to be very difficult for them to be able to be taken down. And Primordial did say that if any team is going to do it, is Neptunium. And if this is the best team to them, it's going to be interesting to see what other teams might be able to do against Primordial.
Definitely. I do want to give maybe a quick update. Of course, we are having 2 streams today. RSC EU underscore... Oh, no, RSC underscore EU underscore B is also going on right now with Pardus against Masai. That currently is a 1-1 series with Game 3 being 2-0 up for Pardus. So that is ongoing as well right now, but we're still looking at this. A 2-0 lead in this series for Primordial, looking to maybe get a sweep going as we are with game number 3.
And it is a tall mountain to climb for Neptunium if they even want a chance at beating Primordial. 3 games on the bounce is something that we have not seen yet from being 2-0 down on stream. As I said yesterday, Pluton, they got close to be able to get a reverse sweep. Pluton and Icicle look very, very close, and Neptunium just don't look like they're on Primordial's level at the moment.
They sadly aren't, and Primordial is just looking so strong and are just getting stronger and stronger. This game 3 could really just set them apart and just put them right where they belong, really. And 1 foot into the finals almost already. As Aphelios is trying to maybe block that off. Twisted is in defense though, and that's going to be hard to get past. Twisted, beautiful clear. Almost getting all the way, just barely a save coming out from, I believe it was DPF. Just barely getting the ball away from your own half. And the first minute has looked, once again, like Primordial being the stronger side.
And very evident by the goal they score immediately. Toma able to get a very good read on the wall, just throwing off the defenders, flicking it over. And Miracle is just not ready. Toma, with only a minute gone, putting Primordial on the board in game 3.
And the worst thing that could have happened has just happened for Neptunium. We have seen Primordial take a lead, and like I said before in the last game, Neptunium have only been able to score 1 goal a game. Now you need at least 2 to get this victory, and it's going to be a hard task to do. DPF trying to maybe get them started. It's a good pass down to the middle, but Twisted blocking them off. And leaving this ball a bit slower, and it could maybe go the other way if the shot is on target, but both times hitting the post.
It's just not good enough from Neptunium, as Twisted's going to get an open net. I know that we're only a minute 30 in, but Primordial looking heavily in favor to take this first series and push themselves into that upper final. Primordial just looking at a different level. It's been so indicative this entire season that they might be our champions, and they probably will be. To be able to stand up to a side like this is going to be very difficult. Neptunium just don't look like they're up to the task currently, as Toma picks up their second. More mistakes in the defense from Neptunium. It's just an onslaught in game 3.
The mistakes keep on appearing, and there were 2 people waiting for that mistake dispatch. That should show you the level of like comfortability that Primordial has right now. And I mean, yes, we have 3 minutes left to go. I think you can probably already call it done. We're in a sweep situation right now, and Neptunium, they need a miracle, to really get back into this.
And they will need a miracle indeed. They'll also need DPF and Aphelios. But as DPF on the ball now, needing something in the few 30 seconds or so to get their team on the board. Aphelios up for this one, just missing. Omar still getting the read. Primordial, they're just able to see through everything that's coming from this Neptunium side. It's as if they can see the game 10 seconds before it happens.
Maybe they can. Maybe we have to check that real quick. But I'm just joking around, of course. They're just looking stellar. They're just looking like a team above all else, as Stomber just patient in defense, getting a good 50 going as well. DPF has to be careful though, gets a 50 going for the one side, needs to get a pass into the middle, does hit the ball there and a miss coming out, and those are the chances you really need. That is right now the difference between Primordial and Neptunium. The chances that Neptunium have been getting, they just haven't been able to score or get on target.
And Neptunium just have not been able to capitalize what's felt like this entire series. Primordial just play everything so perfectly. They take every opportunity that they're able to make. But it is only a 2-shot difference in this game, and we've seen that Neptunium have beaten out Primordial on shots, and I believe one of the last 2 games as well. They just have not been able to take their opportunities. Velios to the back post, lancing the bar. And this Neptunium side, they're just not able to capitalize. They looked really strong in game 1. They looked posed to take it. Primordial, they were able to get that clutch in the dying seconds into overtime. After a 4-minute overtime, they're able to win that. Like, their mentality has got to be brilliant. You've got to question if Neptunium did start as hot as they were, and Primordial weren't able to get into it, if this would have gone different.
I'm taking you back. Game 1, the last 15 seconds, and that ball rolls on in from Twisted. Had that not gone in, we would have maybe seen a way different series. We would have maybe seen the fall, so to say, of Primordial. But instead, we just see a continuous rise of Primordial. One that just doesn't seem to have an end to it. As right now, they're just a bit playing around, trying to maybe get another goal or two, as that is a good opportunity to get one. It doesn't feel like Primordial is gonna lose here. I feel just so confident in them right now, and they must feel that confident in themselves that they just are able to do whatever they want. They don't care anymore. It's simple. It's done. You can go on. Go next.
And I will say, for my voice, it is quite nice to see a sweep. Even if it's not the one I may have wanted, I'll have to wait to see if anyone else can dethrone the kings of this season's Challenger Division. Primordial just operating on a different level at the moment. A great save from DPF to stop a consolation goal. Right now, Primordial, who's going to stop them, Spook? They look like on an absolutely different level. This is a team that could probably go up to the next tier and maybe compete in and around those play-in spots. So to have them in Challenger, they just look so good compared to the rest.
They are looking amazing. And let me remind you, Neptunium is still looking good. Neptunium game 1 looked like an amazing team. It is just the problem that they're looking to play the best team at the moment. It's not a fair comparison. Both these teams are good teams. It is just one has taken that next step, go above and beyond. And quite honestly, yes, you've already said that they're the favorites to win. I think they are gonna win if this is the consistency you can keep up. It is just not normal.
Yep. And I do have some updates on the bracket. We have seen Nezuko Gang take down my own team Pyromancer's 3-0, which was great news to have mid-series as casting, but unfortunate for myself and my organization. But they will be playing against Neptunium, so that will be on the B stream. What I'm looking to next is that we will have Parthenes beating Eclipse 3-1, team that I cast in planes. They will be playing the loser of Pardus and Masai. Pardus going 2-1 up at the moment. We may be seeing Masai there. Still the opportunity for them to come back, but the winner of that has to play Primordial and Uppers. So I'd take the loss and take the lower route just to get there a little bit easier and save yourself the sweep. Because Primordial, after that series, they just look like they're on a different level at the moment.
You could save yourself the sweep, but then again, I don't think any of these teams are looking to lose today, this match. I think everyone is looking out for the win. Primordial just has eyes on the prize. They are here to win, and that is it. They want that finals victory. But if they are gonna be getting, we'll just have to figure that out today after this break. We'll see you soon.
Yeah, we're not slowing down. Say, what? Ay. Hop on the beat, you know it's muerte. If they go against, we go and give them all the suerte. We know that they need that. Living on your kneecaps, way too many trolls out. I don't want your feedback. Yeah, drunk words equal sober thoughts. Saying I'm the greatest when I'm wasted, drive with no exhaust. I don't let them gas me, I don't even gas myself. Push the whip like Flintstones, touching down like NFL. In every city across the country, gotta let them know I'm lapping rappers and I never got a medal though. No trophies on the mantle, I'm an animal, a cannibal. Eat your favorite rapper like some Danimals. Like Tempur-Pedic, man, I'm used to getting slept on, but now my temper raised the temperature, I know you're dead wrong. Saying you don't feel the flame, must be on some Novocaine. Look at what I overcame, they should call me Notre Dame. Damn, it's crazy, they think I caught the rabies. The city really made me, was never playing JV. I'm undrafted, but boy like the NBA pay me. Always keep my cool, not even the moon could phase me. My mom's only son keeps shining. I don't need diamonds, I just need time. And got the same 24 hours, why is y'all whining? On Instagram crying, begging to be signing. Man, to any label that'll take you. A 7-figure partnership is how I'm finna make do. No 360s, believe it, no Ripleys. Play the cards I'm dealt, never tell a dealer hit me. Montreal girls tryna ride like a big C. LA girls tryna smoke like the hippies. You chose to play it safe, I'm on the edge feeling risky. Need the money and the credit, tell them keep the receipt. City on fire, me I been fired up. No, I'm not tired. They know, no we not tied up. Better not try us. Gotta move higher. They know, undrafted. They laughing. What happened? I'm up now. So independent. I was spinning. I ain't have it. I'm up now. Yeah. Yeah, I hate the season. No, we never leaving. got too much on my mind right now. Too much going down right now. Will I wake up before I hit the ground? How do I escape my troubled mind? Need to slow it down right now. Kick it with some slate, just cool it down. I believe in me, myself, oh my. I'ma just do me, live my life. I've been losing in this face. My mind has got me losing my own race. If I moved, then would I get away? I can't help but thinking of your face. My head's been turning navy, I've been going crazy. I just need to get off this ride for a while. I've been going lately, spaced out, just faded. I think I need to go through each day at a time. I gotta keep track of my focus. Lot of people thinking they can own it. Girl, that's why you left, I saw your motives. Left me feeling dead, but hey, I chose this. Now I drink too much, need new doses. I will miss you, hope you get your roses. I'll keep writing down what my soul says, and try and let go of the old days. I got too much on my mind right now. Too much going down right now. Will I wake up before I hit the ground? How do I escape my troubled mind? Need to slow it down right now. Kick it with some slate, just cool it down. I believe in me, myself, oh my. I'ma just do me, live my life. How would you notice? How would you notice if I just let go? How would you notice? How would you notice if I just let go? How would you notice? How would you notice if I just let go? How would you notice? How would you notice if I just let go? I got too much on my mind right now. Too much going down right now. Will I wake up before I hit the ground? How do I escape my troubled mind? Need to slow it down right now. Kick it with some slate, just cool it down. I believe in me, myself, oh my. I'ma just do me, live my life.
Come and fly away with me. 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 Don't you be afraid, everything will change. You and I jumping off the edge. They say dreamers never die. So come and fly, come and fly, come and fly away with me. We're rising, we're falling, we're making through. We're climbing, we're soaring, 1,000 views. Somewhere by the emerald sea, where the moon and water meet. Somewhere close to home, journeys we are meant to take. Something at the edge of space, calling us to fly away. Don't you be afraid, everything will change. You and I, jumping off the edge. They say dreamers never die, so come and fly, come and fly, come and fly away with me. We're rising, we're falling, we're making through. We're climbing, we're soaring, 1,000 views. We're rising, we're falling, we're making through. We're climbing, we're soaring, 1,000 views. Come and fly away, come and fly away, come and fly away with me. Come and fly away, come and fly away, come and fly away with me. Something's gonna bring the change. Journeys we are meant to take. Something at the edge of space, calling us to fly away. Take a shot to the head, try to forget what you said. I'm all alone in my bed. All the money I have is all to spend when you're dead. You left my heart in a mess. I can't sleep without you. I can't breathe without you. I won't be without you. 'Cause I bleed without you. Made me wanna blow my brain, no. I can't take this kind of pain, no. You turned our loving into hate, no. You make me bend till I break, no. But baby, will you call again? I've been broken ever since you left. Swear you stole my heart, baby, no theft. You made my life a mess. But you're still the best, yeah. You're still in my head, yeah. And this is life or death, yeah. You're the owner of the heart in my chest, yeah. And I need you, yeah. Yeah, I need you. Yeah, I need you, I need you, I need you. Take a shot to the head, try to forget what you said. I'm all alone in my bed. All the money I have is all to spend when you're dead. You left my heart in a mess. I can't sleep without you. I can't breathe
I just have to finish your plot of destruction to end what we love, to cut ourselves off and keep holding a grudge. I guess being rich was just never enough to save what we love for our death from above. One for the money, two for the hoes. I got nobody and I'm on my own. Yeah, I'm on my own. No one to trust, so I'm fine all alone. I'm so sick of this way of life. Love has failed, I can do no right. Pray to God that I'll see the light. If I say I'm fine, then it's all just lies. I feel the darkness around me. I know my demons surround me. Even the light that I held close was absent the moment they found me. Where do I run? Tell me, where do I turn to escape my head filled with trouble and hurt? The blood on my shoulders.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We had a bit of an issue there with the intro, but eventually it has run and it has arrived here. And so do I and Dispatch. Man, it is hard to read. Parthenius, Dispatch. I got it now, guys. It doesn't matter. We're back. We're ready for another game. We have Parthenius against Masai. You're still joined by myself and by Dispatch. You aren't getting rid of us that easy just yet. And, I mean, I'm gonna ask you right away, Dispatch. What a match we have for ourselves, don't we?
Oh, and two difficult to pronounce names as well. Parthenes and Masai, spelled very entertainingly as well, but we do look off at the bracket. We did just see Masai lose in Game 4 to Pardus, and Parthenes beating out Eclipse and making it through the play-ins. They're on an absolute tear for the lower bracket. Masai, their obstacle currently have just dropped down from uppers. This is going to be a very entertaining series.
It really will be, of course. Let me get you through this bracket once more. Pardus has won 3-1 over Masai in the uppers. We just saw Primordial winning a sweep over Neptunum. Down low, though, Nezuko Gang, by the way, the one that I have predicted to get into the finals from the lowers, has swept Pyromancers. How does that feel, Dispatch? Probably very nice. Parthenius has won 3-1 over Eclipse. So we will be seeing Nezuko again against Neptunum and Parthenius on Masai here. Of course, we also still have a B stream. They will be showing the other lower bracket match. But for us, Dispatch, are you ready to look at some stats and get talking?
I'm always ready to talk about the main man from Parthenes, which is Heki. But as we do look at the team stats here, 4th and 2nd, 3 wins separating. Not sure if they've been from the similar conference, but across the board, other than the goals against from Parthenes, quite even.
Quite even indeed. But there's always one big problem point that I always look at with these types of teams, and it is a good example, demos. One being 181 over on Masai and 165 for Parthenius. I am a big demo man. I like to see the demos. I like to see the small car go poof, if you know what I mean. It is fun to look at, and it does help quite a lot.
It does. And aggression is something that's going to be very rewarded in the lower tiers. We saw when we watched Neptunium and Primordial play that being aggressive is the way forward. Being able to break down defenses and force those mistakes. I haven't seen any out-and-out demo-heavy teams yet, but I want to see it. I want to see it for one of these two teams here. I'm ready for an absolute bloodbath of a series.
Then I will ask you, Dispatch, the, of course, difficult question. Who will be your man to watch during this game?
Heki is my main man. I will go to the grave over him, and he is a player that has played in a lot of tiers in RSC, has the experience to take this team forward, and Heki is who I'm going to be looking out for to ice up when it matters for Parthenes. But on the side of Masai, I haven't really seen this team before. For me, it's going to be Toby the Creator, a player that I do recognize there. 55% goal participation along with Lem and Jack at the same time. I believe that as a roster we will be seeing, I believe Pop is the sub. So Masai, quite even across the board, but the save difference for Lem compared to the rest of the team, maybe a bit more of a third man.
Well, I did see Port playing for Masai because Lem couldn't play sadly enough with the play-ins, and he looked quite good. But Lem, he is a dangerous individual. 104 saves to his name. Like you said, the clear back man for them, but he can also shoot 50 goals to his name. Don't underestimate this side. It is not an easy side to beat. Parfenates, Masai, it's going to be a close one. What is your prediction?
Oh, this is a rough game to predict. One team has to go home here, and I'm thinking it's going to be Masai. A lot of teams do not like Parthenase's playstyle because it is quite aggressive. As I've been quoted to say, they play league games like it is ranked. It's quite annoying to play against, but players like Punky make it very difficult for teams to stay composed. Parthenase will be a side without demos to be able to break down teams because they do a lot of things that are unpredictable, so I'm going to say 3-1 to Parthenase.
Oh god, now I remember what I saw Parfenates before. The names. Oh god. But just to get you underway, Parfenates is in blue, Masai is in red. Whoever will win, only time can tell. Like I said before, O'Hacky looking to get us started right away in a good sense for Parfenates, but you have to be careful. Toby under control, tries to get past one but can't get it past the second. And that means that Lem, the man that I spoke about, has his touch, but not a really good one. All being left alone a bit in the midfield. Both these teams still trying to really warm up, get going, figure some stuff out. And I'm looking at a car from O'Hacky. Nice car.
Very famous car. I believe he's used that for around 3 seasons now. Glowing in gold is Hecky. We'll be trying to put his team on the ball, but Arconix just denied by Lem on the goal line. Punky trying to rush in the ball, bouncing ever so dangerously. Jack able to flip the ball away and relieve some pressure. Has some time, but Hecky is always there to keep his team composed. Punky has time on the ball, but immediately rushed out by Toby. The ball bouncing down off the backboard now. Arconix is there to slam the ball away. So back and forth so far. No opener in the first minute, but I'm guessing we're going to see one soon.
It is always a bit of the itchy feeling of trying to figure things out in the first moments. You need that first game really to warm up, to get a bit of a feeling of what your team or what your enemies are like. What do they like to do? Well, a demo attempt comes out, but Sir Jack has the save right over there. It's Orky. Can't get it past the defender. This time around, Toby hitting the ball away. Punky hits it high, but not that high. Bring it back down low, getting blocked off right there, but looking for them. There's a third man in the path. Ooh. A beautiful fake coming out from Sir Jack, looking to get it into the middle. It's a beautiful pass. The shot is wide, and it's back to the drawing board.
So close from the side. Very well worked by Sir Jack, if I do say so. Back on the ball again, trying to find Toby the Creator. Already up in the air. Maybe a chance for a double tap, trying to get down from the backboard. Oh, it's so close, but Arconix does have a chance to transition play. Jack immediately cutting him out. Hecky, awkward touch on the backboard. Will there be someone from Masai to punish? Immediately shot net, but Punky, correct position to get the clear. Arconix with the bang long. 2 players up for this ball, friending Hecky, but both miss. It's very awkward on the goal line now for Masai. Toby the Creator is there to cut them out. 2 teams looking so evenly matched so far. What a brilliant series we do have on our hands.
We do indeed, and the only reason this game is not a 1-0 lead so far from Masai is what we would like to call a back post rotations, but you can't do that if you are demoed. Toby now onto the backboard. There needs to be a second man to finish off this shot. There's no one there to get the shot on target. Lem now blocking it off, the first person. Still need to be careful though. Sir Jack helping out his team, but this ball is wide in the open, and a good control touch by Punky means that the offense slows down, doesn't get much further. And Sir Jack with this shot, it's nowhere really to go, and this one is a bit too easy to read. And Toby now within an opportunity, looking for the pass to Sir Jack, and just a bit too far behind him. And Punky, the calmness, the relaxation, but it does force a double commit. You need to be careful. You can't be doing those types of things as this ball goes back into the middle. Toby onto the backboard. Is there a finish? The shot is there, but just too high.
So close from Masai, but the pressure coming out early. 4-shot difference for these teams, heavily in favor of Masai. But Arconix trying to create some pressure. dealt with pretty easily by Toby. Pinching the ball long now. Is Lem going to be able to beat Heki? Heki does get a piece of the ball. Jack left awkward in the defense. It's a solid touch over to Walt, raced in immediately by Arconix. Punky is waiting, managed to get the ball around one. Not being challenged yet, tries to get a shot to back post, but it's very easy for Sir Jack. A brilliant clear. Trying to take the ball off the wall here. Gets an awkward touch. Might be able to follow up. Gets the pinch over. Punky awkward on the back wall, popping this ball high. Arconix is there to cover. And this is what we're going to see a lot. We're going to see Arconix being there as the final man for this side. Heki and Punky, they're just going to play as free as ever. And Masai, they're going to have problems as soon as they get warmed up. But trying to cause problems of their own to the back post. Bouncing off of the backboard and the post. So close for Masai.
It took a bit to get warmed up, but it's starting to look like a real scrap battle right now. These two teams bringing out some good shots. Just too bad that the post is the biggest denier so far. Toby now needs to be careful. You're the last man back. Heki almost getting a pass, but the ball is saved by Sir Jack. Bringing it back forth once again, looking for a shot on target. He does get it, but Heki with an easy save. And the seconds, they keep on ticking down, and it's looking likely that we're gonna get an overtime right here with Toby. One big bang, and looking to go in target from the crossbar across the field. It is Toby.
What is it with goals in the dying seconds of game one today? We see another one from Toby. It's goals that shouldn't go in as well, let's be honest. That one should have been covered by Parthenes. But Toby to send the ball long, managing to get his first goal. And the first goal of this series, maybe a chance for a second now. This one high to the backboard. Heki pinching it away. Maybe a chance for a counter. Sir Jack does not miss. Stays composed. Icy in the last seconds of game one. Masai do take the lead in the series.
I just want to say one thing. I'm really proud of you for not saying "Oh Heki," "Oh Arky," and "Oh Punky," because quite honestly, that I have been tempted to just go "Oh Hekiks" and "Oh Arkiks" and "Oh Punkiks," and actually I will call them that right now. It is what you get when your name is that.
The
it is what you deserve.
restraint.
But no, the first game has looked quite amazing. Opportunities from both these sides, but it's clear to see if you look at the shots. Masai going out with 10 shots in total compared to Parthenes, 4 shots. It is a bit of a difference, and I think the biggest difference in this game, to me at least, Dispatch, I don't know how you feel about this, has been a bit of the restraint from a second or third man to let things happen and then jump onto the mistake.
Jack looks very composed as the backline for Masai. We said it would be Lem, and Lem has also looked quite composed. But the only goal that Masai have been able to get, even though they've had a lot of pressure, they've had the ball bounce around a lot. But Masai, Toby was just able to get it clear. Punky was not ready for it, and it just bounces in through the top of the net. The interesting thing, even though there was a 6-shot difference, the teams had equal saves. So even though that there was that difference, every shot that Parthenes had on target, the 4 shots, were all matched by Masai. The consistency is there from Parthenes, but Masai just broke them down ever so well in game 1.
Well, are they gonna be doing the same thing once again in game 2? Well, Oarkix is trying to get this ball on target, but Opinkix blocking it off. I'll stop doing that. It's too hard to say the X non-stop, but Hekix, okay, one more time, is looking to get the ball gone once again. Punky now bring it back down, but has to be careful. Lem there hitting the post, and it's not what you would like to see, but the offense keeps on building, and this is what I meant with the patience. Sir Jack, calm, collected, and relaxed, knowing that he doesn't need to jump for this. And once again, here you see it as well. Toby, calm, but they have to be careful. The 50s are favoring Parthenes right now, and a bit of a messy situation leading to Arky getting a goal.
I was about to say they looked so composed. Toby panics on the backflip, could have got to that ball. The defensive mistakes from his teammates, putting him in an awkward position. Arconix is there to capitalize and giving Parthenes the lead. Their first goal in the series, only in game 2 so far, but being one game down in the series is always difficult to get back in from. The interesting thing that I've seen from lower tiers is that the team's mentality isn't affected as much. Maybe there isn't much ego there isn't much to think about of, oh, if I lose this, it's to the end of playoffs, because this is the lower bracket. Everything is on the line for both of these teams, but I haven't seen that they really care. There's no one choking, nothing. Both these teams look so calm at the moment.
It's more of the reasoning that people know each other less and they're less built as a name for themselves. For example, if maybe you look at it and you see an, I don't know, a Psycho lose to a bubble player, you will hear it a lot more often because of the fame and name to them. These players don't have that, so the egos are a lot less, and it just creates a more fun experience and a good shot coming out from Lem, but it just lets them relax a lot more, and that is what you mean, and that's what you're talking about right there. But it is gonna mean something if you go 2-0 down. Right now, Marfinez is still in the lead, but it is Masai looking to put on some pressure. Toby hitting the ball straight down, Jack onto the side, looking to bring this ball back into the middle, but no one there to help him out.
Toby opted to go for demos there. This ball is pinching over the defense. How many times do you want to see the ball go into the top of the net? We've got a pinch coming out from Lem, just bangs this over the defense. A dunk on Hecky even. Punky and Arconics not there. Oh, the backflip from Arconics. It's so tragic, but at least he got a goal earlier because it's only 1-1 with 3 minutes left.
Again, you can't see it, Dispatch, neither can the viewers, but I'm saluting. I know Sauce is watching me. I know he's probably laughing right now. It is for you, Sauce. And this is almost an open net coming out from Arky. Just barely getting saved in time by Sir Jack. They need to be careful though. Punky right now onto the backboard. There is a follow-up, but it's a bit too high. Is there a follow-up once again? There is, but Sir Jack is in your path. And all the way the other end, we have Lem getting the second.
And just like that, Parthenay's lead is no more. Lem able to find 2 goals, just glancing. Beautiful shot to the top right corner, if I may add. Brilliant counter-attack, spurred on by Sir Jack. What's very interesting to me is that the third man from Masai has 10 points, so 5 ball touches across this entire game with half it gone. They are winning. Jack and Lem doing absolutely everything for their team. Toby's just there in the back line. Toby's having fun. Might get an assist here, but not as threatening. Parthenay now do have a chance going forward, but Lem there to cut it out from the third man position once again. The pass is there into the middle. Will Toby about to get a chance on net? The entire team combining to get Toby on the board. Toby does get the assist, but Jack managed to get a finish after all 3 players being involved. Does he steal the goal? He gets bumped into this and redirects it down into the ground. What was that?
How does Jack get that goal?
Was that a phantom touch?
I need answers. How is that Jack?
I'm so confused, Brooks.
Poor Toby. Toby, you were pretty much trash talking Toby about his points, and then he gets a goal, and then Jack is there to just take it away. So rude of him. It's your own teammates that are helping out with this. Just incredible.
Oh.
I was gonna make a joke about how Toby is me in my ranked matches, just not getting any points, but then again he does that and shows why he's better than me. But on the other end, right now, it's a good sighting from Masai. Looking composed, looking good. And on the other end, a miss coming out just too hard to get on target. Not possible for Parfenais and have to go all the way back to the defensive end if you are quick enough, because Toby, he's out for blood after hearing what Dispatch said about him.
He's turned it up. I'm pretty sure that most people that have been watching my casting recently are just ready, hear me say one bad thing, and they immediately have a brilliant game. We saw it with Yannick the other day, who I absolutely ripped into during play-ins. I casted him, and then he swept, getting MVP for his team. I'm actually just cursed. I cannot say a bad thing about a player, or else they'll just immediately score. Toby does whiff, so I do at least have that for it, giving the other team a chance. And with a minute left, there is a chance of Parthenay to make it back, but Masai's lead still intact.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here first. If Dispatch is trash talking you, you will win. Good to know. I need him for my ranked matches, and so do you. But moving on, 2-3 standing, a minute left. It is still Masai in the lead, but you have to be careful because Hacky is looking for that third goal. It is now Punky, but not getting past Toby. Still with the save. Lamb, a good pass forward. They were looking for maybe a demo to open up some space. Hacky now getting a pass into the middle, but once again blocked all. 50-50 is not going their favor. Toby can't get a good touch. Sir Jack to the side, looking for one more, but it's just time wasting right now, Dispatch. That is what Masai is trying their best to do. Time wasting. Maybe get one more. That could have probably gone in, should have probably gone in, but it's not.
Now, just playing the long game, Lem being patient as ever. Manages to beat out 2 as well. Has a chance to the edge of a brilliant touch out, but Hecky is there for the block. So Jack trying to get pressure. Does get the flip reset, but Arconics to the other side of the pitch now, missing the ball. Bounces up dangerously, but it is free for Sir Jack. The demo on Punky, the demo on Hecky. Arconics just gives the ball away, and this is free for Masai. Lem's even up for the redirect. Now, Parthenaise need to do something special. The ball is up in the air. Sojak does get the reset, try to kill it down. Is Punky going to be there? No. Cut out by Toby, the player that needed to step up, stepping up in the final seconds, getting the goal that mattered, and deciding the game here. Masai, 2-0 up and looking to send Parthenaise home.
Dispatch, are you ready for some deja vu?
I am indeed.
Well, we are once again in a 2-0 situation. The B stream, RSC_EU_B, if you haven't been checking that out, is currently going on to a 1-1 once again. Are we really getting the lower end of this of these series? Are we just getting sweeped and they are getting all the game 5s and stuff? Is this how it's gonna go?
It's interesting, but I like to see games traded back and forth. I think me and you had in the grand final went to a game 7. We're used to seeing teams just have an absolute brawl for games and it go back and forth. But so far, it's been Parthenaise. They've been on the lower end of Masai in this series, and we obviously saw Primordial convincingly take down Neptunium. They'll be waiting in the upper bracket, which we will be casting afterwards. I believe it's Pardus who did bring Masai down here. But Masai not being counted out yet, looking ever so strong against what is a very good Parthenaise side. They just have looked the better team.
Definitely. And as we move on to Urban Central, we have Masai on to match point. Can Parthenaise do the impossible and reverse sweep them? Or is it a goodbye for this Oregon? Have to try again? Well, this is the opener you were looking for.
Well, there is your answer, Spooks. Brilliant play from Punky, and Lem just not able to get there in time. An open net for Arconyx, a brilliant angle as well. Arconyx in the first 6 seconds, putting Parthenaise on the board, and this is a crucial game. I will reiterate once more for people that haven't been watching recently, we have not seen a reverse sweep on stream yet. It is cursed. I have cast many series, and I will call it my fault. But Parthenaise, they need to do absolutely everything to keep themselves in this Challenger Division playoffs.
They have to try their absolute best, and the best is all you can provide right now. And this is a good way to show it, just barely getting saved onto the post, but the offense is still going strong. Back into the middle, there's no defender in goal, but the ball is hit away. Now Lem trying to get that counter attack going to his team, getting it past too, but the third man was patient enough, got it away, but it's not gone far enough. This offense will keep on building. Zach hitting it straight down. Toby with the demo, but once again Punky in the path non-stop, just disrupting the offensive plays for Masai.
And Masai looking a bit more under pressure, a little bit less comfortable. We spoke about how relaxed they have been and how comfortable they've been. Parthenaise really turning up the heat right now. Hecky managing to get the ball into the center, but Lem is the player waiting. Punky commits. Sir Jack stealing another goal from the other teammate, trying to pad their own stats. Punky and Hecky, the miscommunication just isn't good enough. When you're in this kind of situation, it is what is going to be a fatal blow.
It's always Jack. It's always Jack. Are we just gonna replace Sir Jack to goal stealer Jack at this moment in time? Because like it's been 2 times now. He at least gets a demo to help out his team this time around. Now it's Lem looking for a pass into the middle. It's a good pass, but the only one receiving it is Hecky, who goes for the 50. But it's going against him, not the path you would like to see. Jack hitting it straight down. He can control this. He can continue this. Looking to bait out the defender. Maybe looking for another 50. Going into his own favor. Getting it past 1. Hecky is there to help out, but it's not looking good for Parthenaise. They need to be careful. They need to look out and watch out, because the offense from Masai has been quite lethal.
Masai, they're just looking so much better as we approach the second half of this game. So Jack trying to get a pop into the middle now. Will continue this themselves. Hecky is all on the backboard, missing the ball. Will there be someone there? Lem racing in. Just bounced down over Arconyx. Sir Jack trying to keep pressure. There's not a good enough touch to get this towards the net. So the creator rotating in, trying to get a bump, but Lem free jumping from a different angle there, just not reading the ball coming across. A few mistakes coming out from Masai on offense, but they're still keeping Parthenaise trapped. Hecky's all on the wall now, managing to get the ball clear, but another player coming in. Lem not making contact. Sir Jack racing back, but easily dealt with. Ball is just stuck in limbo in the midfield, but as Parthenaise trying to get themselves out of defense, had an opportunity, They're just not able to capitalize on it. They're getting starved out by Masai in their own half.
Beautiful demo coming out. Jack tries it once again. He leaves this ball alone with Sobi. A beautiful demo, forcing them to just not have anyone back due to the overcommit coming out from Parfenice. And a demo, there's no one in defense left to save the ball. And Masai once again takes that lead. Really looking to finish things off right here. Maybe looking for a third with Lamb, bring it back into the middle. Can he get one more touch to set up his teammates? He does get one, but so does Hecky. It's back into the middle. Toby for a quick shot. It hits the post. And it gets saved by Arky.
So close. The triple commit as he tries to take it to the other side now. But another counter-attack. This is so back and forth. Arconix is able to relieve some pressure. Managing to get a brilliant clear once again. It's past middle. Ball is not in the net. It's still going towards the side of Parthenaise. Every single time it looks like Parthenaise are going to score. Mistakes just catch them out, and Lem not getting this one stolen away by Sir Jack. We know he wanted it, but managed to get himself his second of the game. Masai looked totally in control in game 3.
Looked like Masai maybe needed to warm up, and in particular Lem needed to really get his engine revved up and just go for it. Because Lem has been amazing this game. This game in particular, it's just been the Lem show mainly. Toby has been looking good in the assisting side, getting some demos, being annoying. Hecky with another mistake coming out, and that's not what you would like to see, but does make up for it with the save right there, but they need to be careful. Don't be getting a good 50 in favor of them. They need a goal as quick as possible. You don't want to go down into the last second, still down 2 goals. This ball goes back into the middle, but no one touches it. It's just Lem, shot a bit too high. Toby missing out. And this is the opportunity now. This is what you need if you're Parfenice. You need to get this ball on target with a miss. And Toby with the save.
Hecky has been making a lot of mistakes recently. And it's not something I've seen from him. I highlight him as being the player that is going to make an impact as Parthenaise side. And Punky's been quite quiet as well. We're used to seeing Hecky as a player in playoffs that can do brilliant things on the ball, being a tier below this season. I've played him in rival playoffs before, and I know he's good enough, but Sir Jack and Masai have just looked so much better. 26 seconds left. This is just an easy read for Jack. He makes it look so simple. Off of the corner to the top of the net. This is all but over, Spooks.
Beautiful pass from Lem, and I mean, Sir Jack showing us that he indeed can score his own goals. He doesn't need to steal them from others. And with 20 seconds left, 3 goals down, almost going in, and this one does go in. Never call it too soon. 1 kickoff goal away, and you are just within reach. They need to do it quickly though. This one went in quite quick. They need another one like these.
We haven't seen dying second clutches as well. And as I've said, Messiah 2-0 up in the series. Parthenaise needs something right now. Looks like something will come from Parthenaise. No, it's the defense being so tight from Masai. It looked so much better this series. Lem managing to get a dunk. That will find its way in. Padding the stats. Not even a 0-second goal. There's still somehow time in this game. Mathematically, it isn't possible anymore. Parthenaise will be eliminated. Masai live on in playoffs.
It is a simple GG's. It was too hard for Parthenaise to fight up against Masai. And I think in particular for anyone who's going to be facing Masai, you're facing Lem in particular. If he can stay hot and going like this, he's going to be such a force to be reckoned with. Such a good player.
I will say, we do have a score update. The Neptunium are currently 2-1 up against Nezuko Gang, which the winner of will be playing Masai. Sadly, that is the end of the road for Parthenaise, but Masai fully earning that win after dropping from the upper bracket. Parthenaise making a brilliant run from play-ins, cannot be disappointed. Obviously hope that they'll be able to get more, but finishing in that stage cannot be too bad. We do still have more to come. I believe we do have the upper bracket match between Primordial, who I'm ready to see again, and Pardus. So after a short break, we will be back to witness that game.
Caught up in a matrix, have to keep waiting, I gotta be patient. What's up with all these people hating? I know you hate the way that I do just enough to get you up. It feels like I'm losing touch, I'm not enough. I keep running fast, I keep running faster. The world is such a wreck, I know I'm a mess, nothing less. I keep running fast, I keep running faster. You said that you wish I'd go. Why you live in a world so cold? I got just enough to get you up. It feels like I'm losing touch, I'm not enough. I feel like I'm gonna pass out. Thought that the day ones would last, no. They wanna be just like you, friends turning they loose. 45 and I'm gone, feel alive when I'm torn. No, I waste all my time feeling lesser. Don't wanna mess up, know that I'm blessed, it's been emotional, listen, I hope you know. All of the pain that you caused me, it helped me grow. I can't feel anymore, I know I've been ignoring the things that I live for, the life that I give, and I feel like I could've done better. So I keep running faster than ever. I keep running fast, I keep running faster. The world is such a wreck, I know I'm a mess, nothing less. I keep running fast, I keep running faster. You said that you wish I'd go. Why you live in a world so cold? I got just enough to get you up. It feels like I'm losing touch, I'm not enough. run, but there's always a doubt on my head. I'll take these strings, I'll throw them out, but forget they're on my shoes. The laces on my shoes. The laces on my shoes. You call my phone, I decline. Your messages don't reply, girl. We try, we fight, it never ends. I know I'm right, so no amends. And I want you to be okay, but I don't wanna stay. And you know it's the end. I don't want it to hurt, but I want you to know that I wish we would have never met. I try to run, but there's always a doubt on my head. I'll take these strings, I'll throw them out, but forget they're on my shoes. The laces 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 on my shoes. I wish we would have never met. I try to run, but there's always a doubt on my head. I'll take these strings, I'll throw them out, but forget they're on my shoes.
Sharks dripping that sauce, yeah. Okay, Joe, that's fine.
Black heart, our innocence is gone far. I felt content with our start. No, I can never feel this again. Don't want it to end. Black heart, say that you love me, but you're far. Trying to find my way out, but I know this ain't nothing but a lost art. Trying to stand, I can barely breathe. Blood on my hands, I got what you need. Lost in your path, I can hardly see. Never thought you'd go and turn on me. Love is something that you cannot pay for. Love is something that you wanna stay for. Trust is something that you cannot play with. If you wanna have some more, then baby you should say it. Issues are deeper than I could just see. Trying to find myself, I can't trust me. I feel so battered every time I bleed. Nothing else matters than me and a dream. Black heart, our innocence has gone far. I felt content with our start. No, I can never feel this again. Don't want it to end. Black heart, say that you love me, but you're far. Trying to find my way out, but I know this ain't nothing but a lost art.
Everyone in high school doubted me. Woke up to a text, said they proud of me. Everyone in high school doubted me. Woke up to a track, now they proud of me. Everyone in high school doubted me. Woke up to a text, said they proud of me. Woke up to a text, said they proud of me. Said they proud of me. Should've never ever doubted me. Now I'm living drop top fantasies. Dressing for this life, yeah, it's meant to be. Got you feeling stuck in that rut life. Now you're trying to be my friend. It's always fake love in the end. I don't wanna be your friend. Everyone in high school doubted me. Woke up to a text, said they're proud of me. Everyone in high school doubted me. Woke up to a track, now they proud of me. Everyone in high school doubted me. Woke up to a text, say they're proud of me. Woke up to a text, say they're proud of me. Say they're proud of me.
Prom night, high school, I might get it. I can't leave till I just finish. You're too drunk to drive me home, so let's stay up and let's not go. I said, shawty, break it down for me if I have to. I'll be stuck with an F cause my paper passed due. And I remember when we met inside that first classroom. We would cheat, we would ditch, we would kiss after school. High school, I might get it. I can't leave till I just finish. I'm too drunk to drive you home, so let's stay out and let's not go.
Everyone in high school doubted me. Woke up to a text, said they're proud of me. Everyone in high school doubted me. Woke up to a track, now they proud of me. Everyone in high school doubted me. Woke up to a text, said they're proud of me. Woke up to a text, say they're proud of me. Say they're proud of me.
It's about 503, it's killing me. You've left me all alone. I still can't sleep, I can hardly breathe. I'm dying on my own. My heart's in pieces, can we just reset everything we've done? It's about 503, it's killing me, and I'm all alone. It's liquor for the pain, cause nothing was the same when you walked out my life, when you walked out my life. Yeah, we were so amazing, beautiful creation, gone in the night, yeah, gone in the night. And like a storm, you destroyed my way of life. I cry every time I'm not yours, but you're gone. I guess I'm paying the price, cause I wasted your time. It's about 503, it's killing me. You've left me all alone. I still can't sleep, I can hardly breathe. I'm dying on my own. My heart's in pieces, can we just reset everything we've done? It's about 503, it's killing me, and I'm all alone. And I know I've lost you, I've lost you. And I know that there's no coming back, so I just stay sad. It's about 503, it's killing me. You've left me all alone, I still can't sleep, I can hardly breathe. I'm dying on my own. My heart's in pieces, can we just reset everything we've done? It's about 503, it's killing me, and I'm all alone, 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 alone.
Welcome back once again. It's still me and Dispatch. We are still here to bother you this evening. I hope you've been enjoying the action so far. It's been just a couple of sweeps coming out. It's been good for Dispatch's his voice. It's been good for Sauce, his temper.
Oof.
It has been good for my enjoyment, and I hope so too for yourself. But we are not done just yet. We have Pardus against Primordial lined up. And Dispatch, is this going to be another sweep?
Well, I hope not. I know that's been nice for my voice, but I want some entertainment. We've seen 2 sweeps back to back, quite convincing, but Primordial are a team that are going to be difficult to stop. But Pardus have found their way into the upper final, into the top 3, and this is for a place in the grand final. We do look at the lower bracket there. We do see Neptunium versus Masai. The winner of that will play the loser of this. We have decided on our top 4, and this series could mean a lot, because if Pardus can knock Primordial to the lower bracket, it is open for the winner of Neptunian and Masai to face a weakened Primordial side. But we don't even know what a weakened Primordial side look like, because they've been ever so dominant this season.
You want to know what's probably the worst thing, though, with this entire bracket? Is that the top 4 we had in the upper bracket is also the top 4 we've eventually got. Both Masai and Neptunium just bounced back and just got through again. It's like they did it interrupting. Like, it was just like, alright, this is the top 4 anyway. The rest of you are just here to have some fun. And it's fun to look at, but it is also a bit painful. But that is enough about the playoff bracket. We can move on. We can go to the team stats. Pardus and their enemies facing probably a bit of the giants right now. Primordial. I mean, we've spoken enough about Primordial on here before, but I think just looking at the stats right now, Dispatch, these are your 2 first seeds, and the wins speak for themselves.
15 win difference, and they're in the same place across conferences. This is insanity. Oh my goodness. Looking at this right now, Primordial, the only main stat they beat out in is goals, because this Pardus side, they're quite equal in their goals for and goals against ratio. But Primordial, for every goal they concede, they score 2.5 nearly. This is a team that will be able to get retribution when they make mistakes. But the demos as well, we haven't seen much demos coming out in playoffs. I said I wanted to see a brawl on the pitch earlier. I want Primordial to bring the heat, because if they're going to shut out a team in the upper final and get a convincing win, because we've only seen them sweep so far, they're going to have to bring some demos out against Pardus. We haven't seen them. We've seen them on the B stream. But this is a side that is going to be up against an absolute brick wall of Primordial.
I think the problem for Pardus really is, and you can look at it with the demos coming out as well, that the demo side was very, very low. Even for Challenger, it was incredibly low. And against Primordial, with probably the best defense, you need those demos. You can't get past them just on your initial ability to take offense alone. You're gonna need to bring them out. If they can, it just depends. But looking at some of these player stats, I think it's quite easy to say who are gonna be the main people in this series. Johnny over on Pardus and Twisted over on Primordial. Those are gonna be your 2 probably MVPs of these 2 teams, but it doesn't mean they are all by themselves, of course. These teams are working together so well. If they didn't, you wouldn't be where you are right now.
And it's quite awkward, because I was about to highlight the other 2 players from Pardus. Andre's 103 saves and Mesmerize's 71% goal participation with nearly 1 goal per game. Andre definitely being the defensive rock, and Mesmerize the player that's going to be trying to set up Johnny and get goals for themselves. As I said, I haven't seen much of this Pardus side this season. They're going to have to work together in spectacular fashion to take down this side.
Definitely will have to be, but I mean, it's your, again, I said it before, you're walking up against a mountain. Primordial is a mountain that you have to face. It is going to be hard to beat, hard to deal with. If they can, it would probably, would you call it the upset of this entire tournament so far?
I would 100% say this is the upset of the tournament if Pardus are able to beat Primordial. We haven't seen many upsets come out. I don't think we've seen any really in prospect. We saw a little bit of a lower bracket run coming out, but it was the same 2 teams in contention the entire time, from the upper final to the grand final. And right now, Pardus have found themselves in the upper final against Primordial. It is going to be hard for them to take down this side, but I'm definitely going to be looking at Andre. He's quite a slow player from what I've seen, and he did decent last season. I believe he got first rounded in playoffs, but he's going to hold this defensive line tight, and Primordial are going to be absolutely barraging that defensive line.
Well, I think it's almost time to get going, Dispatch. Let the people on in. Let them rev their engines. We have Pardus in the blue side against Primordial over in red. Who will go to the finals of this Challenger tournament? Or who will be going down, having to fight their way up? We will see. But it's a good opener so far coming out from Primordial. Can they open up strong? How they finished? Johnny trying to get this ball gone, looking for the midfield, but he's getting bumped, and that is a bit of the aggression we wanted to see from Primordial, because we know how strong they are, and if they start implementing bumps and demos, ooh, that's gonna be dangerous.
Spooks, I'm scared because looking at this, I just noticed Primordial. Tomer isn't playing anymore. Scon is. You're telling me that they swept what is arguably the second best team in their division with their sub? Or is Scon the sub? I'm not sure. But either way, a roster change has happened in this series for Primordial. It'll be interesting to see how that shapes things up, because Primordial, on the aggressive side, Tomer was definitely one of the key players for them. Their second man was setting up the first man consistently. Twisted and Omar needed someone of that caliber to be able to keep a tight defense. And changing a player in the upper final, that's really, really risky.
Hey, Dispatch, remind me just real quick, how many games did Primordial already lose this season?
Like
how many series?
And they didn't draw one.
Yeah, exactly.
0.
That's with their sub. It doesn't matter who plays for this roster. They will win. It is just that simple. I'm feeling like this is some type of Season 10 BDS type domination, and Twisted is here to prove me right.
Scon is the player to set it up. Scon has played less than Tomer, but is basically a quote-unquote sub. Has less games, but this roster, I'm guessing, is quite flexible. And subbing out Tomer, maybe there's a reason for it. But after you've won 3-0, you'd think they'd be on a hot streak. There isn't really much reason to make changes. But if they think they can be better, let them be so. And somehow, Mess Game's not able to score there. How confident was Primordial that ball wasn't in the net?
I want to hear the comms, because it's either something like, okay guys, relax, we got it. Or it was something like, ball, on the line, run, fast, go quick. One of the two, doesn't matter which one, it's always going to be fun and good to listen to. So I don't know if we can, because knowing these players, there's probably a lot of swear words together with that. So we have to deal with it like this. But Omar, looking to set a second goal up, not working out this time around. It's Johnny hitting the ball high, but they're not safe just yet. This 50 could lead to something. It leads to Omar hitting the ball to the side.
Brilliant save to relieve the Pardus pressure. Pardus have more shots so far. I believe just 4 more than Primordial. But the 1 goal being what counts. No saves on the side of Pardus for Primordial. They do send something forward now. Omar trying to get a rebound. The bump coming out, knocking the defenders away. Primordial just make it look so easy, Spooks.
I'm sorry if I'm a bit blocking you with my noises, but the reason I am so excited for that play, and a lot of people won't understand, they'll be like, oh, that's a good play. The reason I'm so excited, one person went up, a person below them went under to take the ball off them and shoot it on target. And then he went for a bump as well, because the ball didn't go in yet. Let me remind you,
so
a team in the RLCS Pros, in the RLCS of NA, does that all the time. They're known for it. Version 1. Letting someone go up and letting someone go under them, taking the ball off them to create an opportunity. That's why I'm so excited. That is something that pros are doing, and they are already comfortable enough with each other to pull it off.
And something we see version 1 doing a lot is demos as well. We're seeing a little bit of a mini version 1 over on the EU side. BDS need to look out because Primordial are heating up. Scon able to put one in the net. A goal for everyone in Primordial. This roster looking very unified, even without Tomer. As we said, we don't know what the main roster is for this side, but they don't seem to have a set one. But either way, 3-0 in the first game, absolutely dominating Pardus.
Show us you're confident without telling us you're actually confident. This is how you do it. Primordial, I think this is just purely them giving a big statement like, yeah, we are here to win. We know that. It's easy. We got this. Because they're just looking so strong. Pardus, they haven't really found any way past the defenders, really. Because it's non-stop whenever you try and set something up. You get blocked off and you go right away back to defense. They've had one really big chance. The one that's on the goal line. Should have probably got in. But Scon showing you how it's done.
It's beautifully done as well. I may remind you, Spooks, that we do see 6 shots coming out from both teams. Primordial scored 4. Pardus have scored none. Pardus also have 4 saves. I'm just going to let you guess, Spooks. How many saves do you think Pardus have?
Sadly enough for you, Dispatch, I can check. 0.
And that is everything. Primordial dominating in every stat. Even though they've had similar shots, the saves are even there for Primordial. They've been on the defense quite a lot. And Pardus, they just haven't looked composed enough to block out this side.
I think probably the statement that you said earlier, where Primordial called their biggest opponent, the biggest challenge, Neptunium, I think that may be actually the truth. If this is how the way the series is gonna go, Johnny trying to set something up for his team, Pardus really are just looking for something to get going. Let me remind you, this is the upper finals. Pardus didn't get here just by luck. They are an insanely good team. It is just that you are fighting against the mountain of Challenger.
Both of these teams are in the top 3. And right now, Primordial look like they're in the top 3 of Rival, and Pardus are in the top 3 of Challenger. Primordial have made everything look so convincing for them. They've absolutely shut out Pardus so far. They might have a chance here to put themselves on the board, but no, it's immediately killed to the ground. Twisted puts the ball down and says, not today. Honestly, Primordial, it's a really early call. Primordial could easily perfect sweep this. Like, easily. Their defense looks insanely good. Their offense is so clean. They just look so well organized. And compared to Pardus, they just look like they're in a different tier.
Bold claims coming out from Dispatch, people. You hear it here first. If now all of a sudden Pardus sweeps this game with a 3-1, you know why? It's because of Dispatch. You can blame him then, or like him then because of it. But no, I have to agree with you. Primordial, they are looking on the path to just sweep their way into the finals, into the grand finals. Primordial is just on another level. We're going to Forbidden Temple, and are we going to see something that should not be allowed to be seen? Are we just going to see Primordial just walk over their opponents?
I'd like to not have 3 sweeps in a row, Spooks. I'd love it.
You don't? I love it!
As much as I complained about my voice, yesterday was so close. We had 3-2, 3-1, and 4-3 on the games that I casted, at least, when you joined me in the final. We've done 4 on the bounce now, haven't we? But the last 2 have been pretty easy, pretty relaxed, clear winners. But as you said, Primordial, their main competition is Neptunium, and they made Neptunium look easy. They're making Pardus look even easier, and I think that this is our top 3. I think it is going to be Neptunium, Pardus, and Primordial.
Definitely. It's looking likely. It's going to be looking scary, but right now we have to focus on the game at hand. And right now Pardus have to focus on getting that goal. This may be the good opportunity you really were looking for, but you need those types of shots to go in. Mess Games can't get it himself. And it means that Johnny now back into the middle we go. Andre can't get to it either. Twisted, blocking it off. Mess Games once again, hitting it up. Johnny missed a slow pass down. That's what I like to see. It shows you that Pardus really does have that skill to break through. They have the teamwork, they have the mechanical solo capabilities to do stuff like that and set each other up. It's just that on the other end, Primordial can do it all just a bit better. And so far, it's looking like Primordial is wanting to stick in this blue half once again, but a good pinch coming out.
And now we see Pardus trying to get some aggression going. Johnny missing the ball, so does Twisted, hoping that they would be able to get contact. Scon into the middle. Pardus just have no player forward. Scon's already up for this ball, trying to get the read. Trust Andre will be able to get the clear. Bails out of that play. Mess Games also trying to get the ball clear, but Twisted and Primordial are there. Scon missing the ball in the midfield. A chance for Mez Games and Pardus to get forward, but maybe Omar is just there to get the clear. Has another touch. Andre able to get the bang long. Scon trying to return the pressure. Twisted is up, and the fake again. The lower mound coming in. It is beautiful. It's so well executed. You can tell that the synergy that Primordial have is unlike anything we've seen in this division.
It's so well called out, and you said it before with the other game against Neptunium, that if you put Primordial in the higher division, the division above this, they could maybe do well. I think very well. I think they could actually compete quite well in the division above this, but right now their full aim is on winning Challenger, and they are looking very likely to do so. Still no goal in Game 2 so far, so it's looking a bit harder than Game 1. Maybe Pardus have figured out a bit of a way to work around this aggressive Primordial, but they need to be careful though. One small mistake could lead to a goal.
We see 2 players up now. The fake
okay.
again. That play is so deadly in this tier, isn't it? Oh my.
I mean, it's deadly in the RSC10.
Exactly. And then if you're throwing in like, what, C3 to GC1 level players here, they're not going to be able to read that, and Primordial figured it out. And even if it's predictable, they don't know when they're going to do it. They could easily just double commit and still get a goal from it because Primordial are just that good.
As an 1700 peak person myself, I can say with quite a lot of confidence, Primordial is not playing on GC1 level at the moment. They're above that right now. They're playing at
100%.
minimum GC2 level at this moment.
Absolutely. And this isn't Challenger, not Rival, where GC2s aren't even Rival. They're in Elite.
You're saying I actually can be good? We'll move on. We'll move on to the compliments another time, Dispatch. Thank you for that. But Scon, looking to set this ball back into the middle, looking for the second goal, but not being able to get it. Johnny, not getting the clear that he probably would have wanted. And Omar, once again, the boost steals coming out as well. It must be hurting Pardus quite a lot, not being able to get as much boost as they probably would have been liking. Johnny with a weak clear once again. Scon misses the ball. This may be the opportunity we're looking for, but it's the opportunity Omar was looking for as he gets a flip reset into the middle, twisted. Not a good hit. Scon in an awkward position, but the patience. He is so calm, so relaxed, and the pass almost works out, but a good interception by Johnny.
And may I very quickly remind you, we are now, what, nearly 9 minutes into regulation with these series. No overtimes yet. Pardus have not scored yet. Primordial have kept them at bay for so long, as I might be cursing them here. Twisted ever so solid on the goal line. Scon is awkward in the net. A player rushes in. Still just denied on the goal line. Primordial rotating in. And now they're on the other side of the pitch. They're just everywhere. Keeping Pardus caged in. A pass into the middle. Twist is there. This one up to bat. What a bump. Trying to come in on Andre. He deals with it ever so well. Bouncing up to the corner. Scon does have time, but just misflipping. Johnny is there. Twisted once again there. The ball up to the backboard, but Mez Games is able to clear. The rotations from Primordial are absolutely sublime. They're looking so well organized.
I think we have to give credit to Pardus though for only keeping this to a 1-goal game, because Primordial have been just keeping this pressure going and going. Clearly Pardus have figured out how to work the defense a bit better. They know now what to do and what to work on. But the offensive side has not clicked as much as they probably would have been liking. Now another opportunity to present himself. The bump comes out and Twisted gets a free shot on target. All because of one man. Keep your eyes on Scon. Bumps one, goes for the second.
Bumps two. Scon is playing out of his mind. The game sense, so prevalent. Calculated in everything they are doing is this Primordial side. And Scon leading the charge there to get Primordial the second goal. And I mean, considering Pardus haven't been able to get a goal yet, they might have a chance here. A slow shot is denied by Omar. It is all but over in this second game. It is very difficult. And considering Pardus' situation across both these games with no goals scored, I highly doubt they're about to get one. I did say a perfect sweep is on the cards. It's looking even more likely right now.
You said the perfect sweep was on the cards, but even you, Dispatch, even you would have been like, yeah, but that sounds too crazy. That sounds too nuts.
Oh, I knew I was talking like a madman.
And we're looking at this, and I'm generally afraid, because this is generally a possibility. We might actually see it happening here. We might actually see the perfect sweep, the clean sweep, coming out. No goals for Pardus thus far. Not looking likely to get any in the next game. They need to come out all guns blazing. And I want to remind you to a quick stat. Pardus, their demos was, I believe it was 106 over the season. 108.
Yep.
Something around that line.
Around that.
That is not enough. You can deal with that, and normally they are probably used to being able to outspeed opponents. For a team like Primordial, it is not enough. You need demos. You need to remove your enemies. If you don't do so, they are doing stuff like this. I mean, you have seen the defense of Primordial. They look calm, collected. I want you to remember something. The moment with Skawn, right? Where the ball was going onto his backboard, almost going in, and he just stands still, waiting, letting it come to him.
I was so close to giving Pardus their first goal as well there. I was ready to stand up, celebrate, and do a backflip because Pardus, they needed that to get into that game. I believe that would have been the first goal of Game 2 as well. But as Pardus trying to get themselves going forward, a beautiful dunk from Mez Games breaks the curse. And that's a way to give your team the lead.
Oh, finally. I think Pardus must be quite excited about that. Knowing that, one, you're not getting perfect swept. Two, it is a good, well-deserving goal. And early on, yes, a comeback is easily doable by Primordial, but now the defense, and I have picked up, never mind.
Never mind. It's fine.
Yeah. I was gonna compliment Pardus, but like, hey, yeah, they can actually, they can keep out Primordial because they have been doing so well defensively in the past game as well. To then just see that the kickoff goal goes right away the other way, and Primordial just showing once again, yes, you can score, but we're the better team.
I think you've had a bad couple of games over the past 2 days, Spooks. Every single time you compliment a team, they immediately get scored on. It's been quite rough. I've had my own fair share of it, but Castica's been very prevalent for you. Primordial cancelling out the brilliant goal we saw from Mez Games in the first few seconds. 10 seconds in and we are level. Past a little bit of time now, but Primordial will be looking to get some attack going. Johnny able to put them at bay for now, but Twisted and Scorn double committing very uncharacteristically, bit of a miscommunication. Mez Games able to get the clear. Twisted is there to block it out, but immediately back into Mez Games. An open net bounces in off the post, and Mez Games leading the charge for Pardus in Game 3.
Mez Games really just punishing the mistakes that are being made by Primordial. And that is what you needed. You needed that first man to be able to get those goals, get those shots on target. A good sighting so far for Mez Games. Is that the bit of hope, a bit of the saving grace that they needed to get back into this series? Mez Games once again hitting the ball, and now you must be careful. Ooh. Johnny now back to Mez Games, almost working out, but I don't think even Mez Games expected the ball to end up right in front of his wheels.
That is where communication is key. That could have been it for Pardus to put themselves with a very good lead ahead of Primordial. But for now, they do have a 1-goal lead right now, even with 100 being on 10 points. How many times have I been able to say that we've seen players on like 10 points just chilling at the bottom of the leaderboard and their team's winning? You see so many unorthodox things in these tiers, don't you?
Bad touch coming out. I'm holding my breath.
Oh, this is ever so awkward. Ooh, this is rough situation for Pardus to be in here. Primordial just trying to get aggressive. Does bounce down, but Andre missing the clear. Twisted to try to keep the ball back in, but no one to follow as Mez Games able to get a clear chance for a counter-attack. But the bumps are coming out finally for Primordial to try to relieve pressure. Mez Games trying to go for a hat-trick. It's up to the bar. 2 players are committed, and Andre, every single time I mention it, they step up, and Andre is here to give them the 2-goal lead.
Andre getting that goal, important for Pardus. But Dispatch, you want to know something? Do you have a bit of deja vu? We are once again in a 2-0 situation in the series. The B stream is 1-1 again.
How many times do we need to see this? Come on.
Well, we need to see it as many times as we are going to see this ball hop on in, Skawn making it 3-2.
There's something we can always rely on in life, and that we're going to get sweeps on the mainstream, and Scorn
is ready to get us a third, trying to get Primordial back into it, bringing the lead to within 1. Scorn has been a player that's had a pretty big impact. I think a similar impact to what Tomer had earlier. This Primordial roster not looking bad, but not looking worse than when they played earlier. I think we will see when we do get to the grand final, which, as Omar tries to get them level in this game, they look poised to go to. Twisted to try keep some pressure, is floating, by the Pardus net. 2 players commit, but Andre is just faster. Maybe a chance for a counter-attack. Mez Games into the middle. Andre is there. Pops over one defender. Scon misses. It bounces off the post. So fortunate for Primordial in the defense, and they live for now, but Pardus trying to return, trying to get something going. Twisted is there to cut it out.
Gonna sound weird to say, but I think if that fourth went in right there, I don't think we would have seen a comeback from Primordial in this game, and we would not have had a sweep. Or now it's still a possibility. It's only 1 goal, 2 minutes left on the clock, enough time to get back into it. A bit of a bad touch coming out though, and it is Mez Games, the one you don't want to see in control from the backboard with a quick shot, but it's over, and no one there to help him out.
Just so awkward right now. They're just left in the defense, but Pardus are hanging on, very much trying to get another goal. Primordial are also hanging on. The boost amounts, boost still coming in from Johnny there as we see him just drive around, trying to deny Primordial pressure, because they do look awkward when they're in the defense, but narrow margins are keeping Pardus in this game.
Bump attempts non-stop. You see it every time Primordial has a feeling that they can get a goal, someone is moving in for a bump or a demo. As we see a demo coming out from Pardus, not enough. Twisted going to the air. That is a man you don't want to see going for a solo play, looking for the dunk straight in front of the net. Scon with a quick shot, looking for the bottom corner. Andre, luckily enough, found the save, and with enough boost to go back all the way to the other end, he can get a goal, but he can't get a touch. Did force a triple commit out of Primordial, but still no goal to their name. Another double commit coming out. Primordial feeling the pressure. They want to finish it off with a sweep. They want to move on to those grand finals. Omar now with a quick shot, saved by Mez Games.
That was so crucial for Andre. That would have buried Primordial into finally dropping a game in these playoffs. As they tried to get another here, they are wanting this sweep so bad to protect themselves. They don't want to drop a game to Pardus because that invites them a chance to get back into it. Twisted with the double tap. It's so tight. Scon trying to keep pressure at the balls to no, and he pops it in the middle. Is Omar going to get there in time? Bounces up towards the backboard. Scon is up, but Johnny is prepared. As Omar misses, everything is on Twisted, but he just doesn't have the boost. Finally, Spooks, we see Primordial lose a game.
We don't see sweep. Impressive. I'm really happy and excited about that dispatch. We don't see sweep.
Finally. Oh, I'm so happy right now, Spooks. I know my voice isn't.
We are having a substitute. Scon is out. I think they've hurt you. I think they've hurt you, dispatch. They are getting their old plan in. Is this the levels that Primordial is at, where they are not happy with anything but a sweep? And the second they feel like, we don't get a sweep, and someone has to go.
Yeah.
We will see the return. We will see the return of the man we saw them help get a sweep. Tomer is here once again to get it going.
Scon hasn't looked bad. Just, we drop a game, it's not good enough, you're benched. Like, it's brutal over at Primordial, isn't it? But either way, Primordial do look the better at the moment.
Yeah, Primordial is still looking better. And of course, if I believe chat correctly, I normally don't believe chat, so let me be with there. Tomer is normally the main player. So they were technically using Scon as a substitute. Let me remind you, they were 2-0 up with Scon as substitute over the other best team out of the other side of the conference.
Yep.
Sounds nice, doesn't it?
Seems like an easy way to win the tier. It's just, they could do this in their sleep, couldn't they?
Well, they are looking to do it awake right now. The first shot was very close, but not on target, or not in. And right now, can't get past Tomer. Ball back forth. And I mean, you could see actually a bit of a warm-up needed from Primordial if this doesn't go their way. Of course, you are playing with Tomer, different player than Scon. Maybe a bit of a different play style, so we could see that Pardus can make use of this and force this to a game of 5. So far, it's looking quite equal. An awkward bounce from the crossbar, almost going in this match, but Twisted still keeping it out. No one left in net, but the crossbar, the biggest friend, the 4th man on Primordial.
Mez Games had time. He backflipped and panicked, thinking he got the angle. I think Andre was ready for that shot. He was diving in full speed. maybe he wouldn't have made it in time. Maybe it would have been a difficult angle. Mez Games risking it to try put them ahead in this game. I'm going to try not to talk about reverse sweeps here, because if any team it's going to happen to, it is going to be the hardest to do it to Primordial. But Pardus looking alive so far, able to take game 3. They're one step closer, but they're still going to win 2 more games on the fly to get there. Johnny gets bumped into this. That was so close. And Primordial, their mentality would have hurt after that, but I don't think they'll care. Omar to the shot very high. Mez Games with the save. No! Andre into his own net. Spooks, it's a disaster.
No! Oh, that must hurt. No, let me put it forth right away. Nothing Andre can do there. He can't do anything about that. It is so unlucky to be in that situation, but in the end, it is what has happened. And now you're back down. 1-0 down against Primordial. And Primordial only looking to get warmer and hotter during this match. They are only looking to just get further and further away from everyone's reaches. As this ball does end up in the middle. They aren't safe just yet. Twisted with the control. 50 going in favor of Mez Games. Leading the ball back into the red half. Maybe Omar can do something with this. Looking for the solo play, but can't get it past Andre.
Twisted is able to just tap the ball into the corner. Andre trying to set up his team, trying to get redemption for his mistake. It wasn't really his mistake though, was it? He was kind of just left in an unfortunate situation, as I believe he was involved there, put his team into a dangerous situation again. And Omar, he's just ready. He misreads the touch off of Johnny. Oh, he just flips too far. He's not ready for it. And Omar getting 2 goals. Tomar getting the 2 assists. I did say Tomar is that second man that is going to set up Omar and Twisted going forward. The substitution is paying off currently.
Let me remind you, this is to get into the grand finals. We have Primordial on match point, 2-0 up, looking to have 1 foot already set in that grand final. They just need to finish it off with half the game to go. Can they do it? Over on the B street, we see Neptune going 2-1 in this series against Masai. They are also looking to face this Primordial side once again, but they are not there just yet as Twisted looking for the double, and he brings it straight down. A trio lead, and what a beautiful way to do it.
Twisted dropping the hammer from the heavens. What an angle. Bounce it down straight into the net. This is challenger tier, Spooks, and players are doing things like this. I don't do this and I'm in the elite tier. I don't know about yourself, Spooks, but that is a brilliant goal. Especially from a challenger player. That is absolutely insane.
I think there's a different reason for that dispatch, but we'll talk about that later on. What we're also going to talk about right now is how Omar 4-0. They are putting this series to bed. They are putting it so far out of reach for Pardus. Nothing you can do about it. It is such a thing to see. I am almost at a loss for words right now, Dispatch. We are seeing a level of competition coming out from this team I did not deem possible for this level, for this tier of league.
These players are some of the most dominant people I have seen in the RSC. The fact that they have not lost a single series the entire season, they haven't even drawn a single series, going 18-0-0. They rock up into playoffs, get a sweep in the second round, yeah, that's fine. They drop a game in the upper finals, and they make a substitution because not sweeping isn't good enough, and then they come back and 4-0 the next game with time left. This team is so immensely ahead of the curve, it's hard to comprehend, Spooks.
I just want to know how much time did these guys spend? Because we all... Tomer just gets the fifth. At the start of the season, we know we have favorites. We know that teams are going to be favorites to win, favorites to do certain things, favorites to win games. At the start, I would like to see Primordial at the start and how they are right now. I want to see that curve of how much they've improved. Because quite honestly, yes, the team was going to be one of the top dogs. We knew that. But I don't think anyone expected Primordial to be such a dominant force. And I think they've just generally spent the hours together, playing, grinding, to get to the level where they are at right now. Andre looking to get one, not possible because she get demoed out of the way.
And I will be crying as I go to bed tonight because Primordial look absolutely poised to take my record and go unbeaten. Oh, it's all I had left, Spooks. I can at least argue the win percentage, but with how many teams were back then, Primordial, they had 80 win percentage and that still wasn't enough just because of how small the league was. To be able to do this with 20 orgs, with being having to play teams, 9 teams twice, not even draw, hardest unable to score. That is insanity. This Primordial team has been so dominant, and they've booked their spot in the grand final by absolutely no surprise to anybody. And they look like they're going to win this so easily.
They're so nuts. They are... I am genuinely smiling right now because of how insane it is to think about this. All I can say is GG's Primordial. Good luck whoever faces them in the finals. You're gonna need it because, quite honestly, this Primordial side is lethal. Simply put, lethal. I think this generally may be the best team you will ever see in Challenger. I am generally putting it out there. The way they work. It's just insane.
Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. This Primordial side, I feel bad for anyone that has to play against them, being fully honest, because how are you going to go into that series thinking, yeah, we can win this? How? It is, you have to be the most confident human being on Earth. There's nothing that should lead anyone to believe they can beat this Primordial side. They are so far ahead of everyone else. And I can tell you now, Psycho and Danny Boy are going to have a brilliant time watching Primordial just absolutely destroy anyone, because they're going to have a lot of ammunition to work with when it comes to roasting players.
Definitely, but I mean, for us, it is our last series, sadly enough. You won't be seeing me and Dispatch anymore for these playoffs. You will have, of course, like I said, Psycho and Danny Boy taking us over. Any last words for us, Dispatch, before we leave it off?
It's been very fun to come do Challenger and Prospect playoffs, but the 4 series on the bounce.
Dispatch is, I think, gone. I think we've lost Dispatch. Dispatch is gone, boys. It is, of course, the last series. What a wonderful time for Dispatch to be gone completely. I'm gonna end it off for you guys right now. Luckily, Dispatch probably didn't have anything important to say anyway. It's just Dispatch. If you want to know what he wanted to say, you can always DM him. It is a possibility. From me, it is a big thank you. Challenger and Prospect have both been incredibly impressive during this season, and I have been surprised, pleasantly surprised. I think we're gonna see a beautiful grand finals and a beautiful lower grand finals, but it won't be done by me. We'll be going to a bit of a break. But don't go anywhere. There's excitement right around the corner.
Frederico, we've got him. Ay, fresh off the boat on the dope, yeah. You said you rap, that's a joke, yeah. You hate your life and it shows, yeah. I'm making plays coast to coast, yeah. Perfect. I keep my moves on the low, ay. iPhone 6-digit code. How I stack up with my bros, yeah. Yeah. What it you like to know? Yeah. And I'm back up on the scene, tryna stack up all the cream. Pockets busting at the seams, you don't know what I mean. Get there, I say with my green. I see people tryna scheme. It don't got a red stripe, but you know my flow supreme. Yo, diamonds I need on my wrist. Ay, nobody sounding like this. Ay, don't even know how you got to the top. I send you to the abyss. Ay, I shoot shot, don't miss. Ay, I move out with wrist. Ay, all these other rappers probably tryna sound like this. Yo, ay. Where the dope at? Yeah, they shoot at me just like Kodak. Ay, got a problem, tell them hold that. Just run the city, boy, I thought you know that. How we make a way without a boat? Wait, how? He got all the keys and all the dope. All the dope, tell them keep that respect though. Give me the check though, and I say perfecto. Ay. Got the hustle from my pops, man, I got so many keys, got the whole city on lock. You should worry about yourself, why you staying on my jock? Can't stop, even UPS can't put me in a box, yeah, yeah. Shawty said it's about to play this in a drop top, cruising down the block, yo. Acting like the man, but we both know that you not. I got hops, watch me ball, hear the swishing with my shot. Wet, me, I'm on top already. Give me that guap, I'm ready. Got drive and dready. Throw cash, confetti. Give me that ice like Yeti. Hate, but they had not met me. But they ain't bringing me down, no. I'm too up right now. Aye, private meeting, check the dough lot. This cool, but my next single is more hot. I did all the shows in my city, I was busy. Yeah, now I'm taking over your block. Aye, where the dope at? Yeah, they shoot at me just like Kodak. Aye, got a problem, tell them hold that. Just run the city, boy, I thought you know that. How we make a way without a boat? Wait, how? He got all the keys and all the dope. All the dope, tell them keep that respect though. Give me the check though, and I say perfecto. Yeah, what? Ay, feeling like I'm top 5, top. Ay, yeah. Look, I know I'm top 5, just gon' make the block ride. Caught him on the back street, gotta tell him bye-bye. They don't want no beef, no, this isn't Five Guys. Yeah, I'm coming for the chicken, I ain't talking Popeyes. White girls, black girls, we don't do apartheid. I was working part-time, tell them part in my grind. Just a light-skinned boy, coming from the dark side. Always talking that real, go and check the archives. Ay, get it how you live it. And why on the fitted, you be telling them who did it. I be going crazy with it, I should be committed. I know that they jocking me, they never gonna admit it. I'm fired up, no it's not tied up, we winning. I got more bars than a life sentence. Y'all got bars with the ones you not penning. Take it as a diss if you listen and offended. Yeah, that's the all if you offended. Jay invented swag, and the swag I reinvented. Acting like you fly, but you just a flight attendant. Me, I am the pilot, shout out to my stylist. I'm fed up, me, I usually keep it chill, but I'm fed up. I was trying to bite my tongue, but I'm fed up. I don't ever get bitter, just better, just better. They say it's dope when I hold it, I get the mic and control it. They see I'm steady and focused, I put my city on shoulders. We been the furthest from sober, he got the blunt and the soda. If someone get in my way, I'ma go run them over. Ran them over in a Uber, ain't no drunk driving. Uber XL, let the shorties pile in. Shorty like my style, I let her smash my stylist. Boy, I got the drip find it. California coast for the weekend. Let the party begin. Animals smoking all these botanicals. Eating other rappers, they acting like I'm a cannibal. Like Hannibal, silence of the Lambo, I'm Rambo. Hey, whole sounding like this, lot of carbon copies. I'm killing the gang, call me John Gotti. They'll be gone in a year, let's stop pretending. That go out to everyone if you got offended. Yeah, that's the all if you offended. Jay invented swag, and the swag I reinvented. Acting like you fly, but you just a flight attendant. Me, I am the pilot, shout out to my stylist. I'm fed up. Me, I usually keep it chill, but I'm fed up. I was trying to bite my tongue, but I'm fed up. I don't ever get bitter, just better. Just better. Chill.
If I see you again, then hell froze over. Try to tie the ends, it's a no-leaf clover. Try to make amends, but I don't need closure. I don't need a friends, funny enemies closer. Love is like a drug to me, I'd rather be sober. Don't know how with all this fire that my heart gets cold. But I can't let up on the gas, I need to keep my composure. I can't let it off, I don't wanna be in love, but I pretend it all. Had to play it smooth like I ain't afraid of falling, no. Yeah, I want it all. Oh, yeah, I didn't want you to go. But I've been through this before. And I hope you burn slow. I better get it before it's gone. I feel like I've been on this earth for so long. And I really just been hurt so far. If I see you again, then hell froze over. If I see you again, then hell froze over. If I see you again, then hell froze over. Try to tie the ends, it's a no-leaf clover. Try to make amends, but I don't need closure. I don't need a friend, funny enemies closer. Love is like a drug to me, I'd rather be sober. Don't know how with all this fire that my heart gets cold. But I can't let up on the gas, I need to keep my composure.
truculent. Whatever truculent mean, if that's good, I'm there. Never again make me the underdog.
Speak that into existence. All I really need is a vision. All I really need is persistence. And never to believe that you get it in an instant. Had a grain of salt to everybody's opinion. Fourth and long is really fourth and inches. Stay creating and stay consistent. Find a failure really non-existent. You get the things you think will make you happy. Find out later that we're insufficient. Often where you want to be is on the other side of fear, but you still keep your distance. Post a song on the internet. I'm just hoping I could get someone to listen. Oftentimes it falls on deaf ears and I fall asleep to the sound of crickets. Chirp, chirp. Yeah. Who putting in the work, working? Yeah.
welcome to the RSC. It's a strange night because it's almost like a red mist already, with the champion already seems to be crowned. Spooks and Dispatch and everybody on the B stream has been sitting there singing a praise of one certain team. Well, that team is already in the grand final. Unfortunately for everybody else, the victims here on the loser final will be covering here on the main channel. But with a smirk and a smile, you can see there a cheeky grin there from Psycho. Firstly, how are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic, Danny, and thank you very much for the beautiful intro. Yeah, they are sort of victims. I was going to try and use an easier word if I had to say that statement, but obviously we do have a favourite today by the name of Primordial, but we've made our way all the way down to the lower finals, and obviously these are the remaining competitors who could give them a run for their money in the grand finals, those two teams being, of course, Pardus and Neptunium.
That's certainly true as well. We'll be actually looking at the full extent of the bracket here and how we've shaped up to this sort of moment right now here. And when you look at the bracket here, yeah, it looked at some extent here. Yes, the top seeds done what they should have. The ones who came from the play-ins had a fight, struggled, but that sort of loser final that we have eventually got into. There's not very little yet you could say in these sort of situations.
Yeah, it's right saying that, and obviously these two teams have had quite different runs, I think. Pardus being a team which topped their conference in their own respects and came through an upper bracket run, falling to Primordial a little later than Neptunium did themselves. They have had a little less time than their opposition Neptunium in terms of playtime in this playoff, so maybe that does perhaps play a factor, but obviously in these playoff situations all that past history sort of goes out the window almost, as this is the highest stakes imaginable. This is your lower finals matchup where if you lose, you're out of the competition. It's as simple as that.
Certainly true, and hopefully we'll be seeing something a bit more other than just one audible ear. Hopefully that will be solved shortly. But for everybody else who is just tuning in, the statistics from the point of view hasn't been anything but close. Psycho, we can sit here and debate that from all angles here, but realistically statistics only matter if we're looking at on sort of a statistical spreadsheet and doing battle. That no longer lasts anymore, but hopefully we'll be seeing, well, one particular game here.
Yeah, and it's all well and good playing top trumps with the stats, and these two teams certainly close. As you can see, 45 wins by the name of each of these two teams, and exactly the same amount of losses, no surprises there. But both of these teams equally on paper in terms of the community's opinion, I feel, especially in the green room, it's very hard for any people to give a certain team the edge over the other.
No, that's true, and we'll be looking at much more the statistical side of it as well when we get to the players' side of the statistical events too. Hopefully nothing too bad overall. And Sego, when we did sit here and watch most of the matches, there wasn't anything that sort of stood out greatly, bar the one fact as well too, that the both of them has lost to the top side. These are the two top sides of their respective conference, and they're in the same position here again. Just the only difference is they only have to do battle for one best of 5 for the chance of a grand final.
Absolutely, and another thing that can potentially be said about the gameplays earlier is Pardus certainly showed them, well, put on a stronger performance, I should say, against Primordial in the match they did lose to them, and I think that is a massively important factor, as both of these teams have already had the biggest challenge of tonight. They have faced the demon that is Primordial themselves, and going forward into this matchup, it is a slightly easier affair, you would expect.
Well, hopefully that is the case, and I'm going to be bold to ask you, Seko, any predictions, or are we just going to sit here and maybe twiddle our thumbs to work out who that might be?
Well, it's a rude question to ask, honestly, Danny boy. I really couldn't answer either which way, but you know what? I'm going to spice it up. I'm going to do exactly that, and I'm going to go for Neptunium. Don't know what in, but they're going to win.
Hopefully. We'll see which side will move on to the grand finale. They've been picked off at earlier stages of the bracket. There is one happier GM. He's former to some extent here as Andrea back in the back lines here, trying to whip the ball to the direct infield here. Johnny, who was Near enough mistaken at one point, missed a big opportunity earlier that could have tied the turns here. Miz Gaiman did step up in a big way earlier today. Will he step up here? Seems so far no.
Well, it's still early doors in this first matchup. Both of these teams are going to have to put up with what is a slightly different playstyle, a slightly different way of doing things in this matchup than they've experienced so far tonight. But like you were saying, Danny, Pardus, well, there was something left to be desired in the matchup against Primordial earlier, but alas, we've made our way through to where we are at the moment. Mezgame's throwing a ball off to the side, and Johnny, well, he's gone for sort of a shot, sort of a pass, and the goalkeeper doesn't know which way he's going.
Just like that there, we find ourselves wondering, is that going to be the tone of tonight here? We'll hopefully not see much more here as Anja back lines here, just been jumped up here. 2 goes for the ball here. Miracle sitting the back lines. We get a lot of praise earlier from Spooks and Dispatch. Will that keep up tonight here? As they said, we'll have lots of ammunition. Well, we'll find out if that's true, as the next few seconds will be crucial here if this ball can get turned into the middle, but it's been turned on the other side.
And Johnny now going to take delivery of the ball in his own corner, but a loose touch has spelt disaster for Johnny, as Evelios is quick to pounce on the touch in the corner, and unfortunately for Pardus, the lead that they worked pretty early to establish fades away as quickly as that.
Well, hopefully it will be solved shortly. That's our scoreline. It is nicely poised 1-1, but there's a few problems shown by both sides here. Andrew up and around here. DPA, will he be first to the ball? Yes, that's least taken for granted as Mays straight round. And that there, strange decision to challenge in the ball that he has. You have to trust your teammates in this lower final match here, as the ball propped up. Unfortunately, not propped to the end of the car there.
And Miracle is going to work his way down the line at the moment, pick up that 100 boost in the corner and try and drive past one man. Doesn't work on that occasion, as Andre throws it central to Johnny. A strong 50-50 on the side of Neptunium. It's going to drive them a bit of temporary possession as Miracle looks to play a ball to the corner as Andre spills it out. And I think something that is worth mentioning about the performance of these two teams in the competition so far, both seem to look pretty structurally sound. Their rotations, their positioning, it all looks good in terms of the way the teams are structured, and that is a very positive thing to mention, especially when you have goals drifting in by the nature of the second goal. Just these little loose touches that spell disaster, but ultimately the teams themselves, when individually they can get it going, they're really strong indeed.
Hopefully we'll not need to require a builder onto this pitch here, but we can certainly be thankful that our fabulous producer Sauce has solved the problem. It's no longer one ear, it's both ears that you can hear the flying insults I'll be providing shortly later here. As Psycho talked about solidity, Johnny's was pre-jumping that one. Need to be much more wider and careful, however, at 2 minutes left. This is arguably been the closest game so far in the playoffs. As Johnny, mighty block required there, does so perfectly, and it's still back in with pressure.
Oh, I thought for a second Andre was able to follow up on that double touch opportunity. Just about seen away as DPF tries to put a shot on target. Doesn't happen on that occasion. And Johnny, with a lot of work to do to clear, is going to be helped out by Mezgames as he works his way into the offensive corner. There's Miracle now with a 50-50. Surely he can follow that one up, but Andre once again quick to pounce. Unfortunately, no connection that time.
Nice little slow Kasai dribble, beat the keeper near side there. Miracle, he's wavering in around there. You fancy the second man should be in position. This ball should be whipped into the middle of the field. It has temporarily done so. Andrea tried to pass to himself here. The ball prod long into the middle here. Somebody has to take control of this game for love or money here. We're under the minute mark.
Yeah, and Miracle's trying to do exactly that. Establish some early control. Well, in the early stages of this series, the late stages of this particular game, as Mezgames working round the corner, Johnny diving in with a loose challenge, and Andre going to help out the team effort with a blast forwards. It looks like there's a bit of space on the goal line, tapped away from Miracle, and the opportunity goes by.
Big opportunity from either side there. Miracle infield only for Johnny to tip it to the side there. May should be whipping this into the left hand side to Andreas Kaw. Didn't happen. Big opportunities requires big players in the mini sort of lower final here, the grand final, the champions elect. Everybody will be hoping to see, but OT looks probable at this moment here.
Well, you say that. You can only cross your fingers and hope there's some late stage drama as Andre tries to feed a ball into the top left hand corner, just about seen wide.
Miracle. Andrea beaten. Johnny! Johnny! You have to do better there!
Oh, I was waiting for the insults to come flying, and finally we have something from you, Danny. DPF, quite simply, outpacing his man there, and a man that certainly should have been a little closer towards that front post just to see that ball out to the sides a little bit more quickly, but either way, Neptunium, a well-worked win for them.
Certainly so, Psycho, and I must say as well too to anybody tuning in, it's my return, but more importantly Psycho's first ever cast on RSC, so I hope everybody gives him a strong opening welcome here for these players. It's the final for them, the last potential match before the grand final, the biggest stakes so far in some of their careers here, and you just thought for some of those players, did they step up, did they meet the mark here? And Psycho, I'm going to be a little bit kinder somewhat than most imagine. I think they did, it's just they're a bit nervous on when they actually pull the trigger.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think in that first game, it really was just a battle for possession. Both of these teams really trying to threaten one another without committing too hard, without throwing all their eggs in one basket. So in that first game particularly, didn't see much in the way of the aggression that I was seeing from both of these teams. In fact, in prior matchups, I think Pardus earlier when I was watching them play, a strength of theirs was actually their aggression off the ball in going for the demos and such. And clearly in the first game of a series, you don't want to be risking every single opportunity.
Good advice, strong advice. But will it be actually adhered to? That will be the question here, as the bit of me has this sort of element of doubt here, Psycho. They're not going to do that. They're going to stick to what they know here, and that might just be lob the ball downfield as much as they can here.
Well, it's a pretty accurate estimation of what's happened so far, and I really wouldn't be too confused if I were to see it continue, because ultimately in these high-stakes environments, well, there's an old adage that the less mistakes you make, the better you'll end up. There's Andre. Well, I was speaking of mistakes, and he tried to prove me right there with one of his own, but luckily his teammate was there in numbers, in support of the players. Mezgames tries to work his way forward. He's beaten one, and he's beating a sleeping keeper.
You talk about mistakes there, you just saw Miracle run all the way home. He's picked up his groceries, and unfortunately he's broken the egg carton, rushing to get the key through the front door. Shocking bit of defending here in the lower final. 30 seconds deep gone by, and that 1-0 howler separates the two.
And Andre's won a pretty chunky 50-50, and he's trying to dance round his first man, Evelios. Not able to on that occasion as Miracle drives the ball to the middle. Mezgames back to DPF, who drives it downfield. Johnny in an awkward position in his own net, facing backwards, really threatening his own team's, well, advantage that was given in a very similar manner by their opposition.
Eros is there. No manner in this, however. So far as it's been tipped to the side here since that goal, we have lost conformity to structure here as DPF is around, beaten by Johnny. Would like to get on to the end of this one, and that's right in the middle. Hello? Anybody home?
Who's speaking? Seems to be the opposition. And Miracle not able to make a pretty important piece of contact. And, yeah, it's as easy as that sometimes, Danny.
Is it?
It is. We've just seen it. Right in front of our eyes, bestowed in front of us, ever so generously. We have seen what is not to be repeated. As there is still plenty of time left in this particular game for Neptunium to strike an advantage of their own. Zevelios Touches the ball into the opposition third, tries to provide some positional pressure rather, as Miracle is going to have a lot to do on the opposite side of the field. He works past one by the name of Mez Games, straight into the middle, and a little bit of aggression established here by Neptunium.
Johnny, straight down. Talk about pressure, has been dealt with temporarily. Miracle facing a 2v1 barrage, but back it will go. You just saw the second man just tipped away. It was DPF. He now has taken over the play and lost the play at the same time. That's a unique skill that we've seen in Challenger, as Miracle has missed that one. Oh dear. Spooks was right. There is ammunition, but I'm trying to hold back.
Certainly doesn't seem like it, Danny, and I'm all for it as another third goal has gone in. Let's take an action replay of this one as Mez Games unfortunately beats one by the name of Miracle, who I just feel found himself a little bit out of position as the third man there, stretching, reaching for a very difficult touch.
You can obviously tell that Seiko a little bit more kinder tonight here. He's obviously played on the big stage, he's played on the main channel itself as well too. He knows what it's like to have eyes on you from around the world here. At least in the eyes of Europe here, that was a big mistake that needs to be rectified as this series develops here, as Miracle for the second big time in a row pushes too far up. It wouldn't be a Mr. Psycho, would it?
Not on that occasion, Danny, but we saw some Hollywood fireworks in the corner, and that was actually Miracle bumping his own teammate in the corner straight after he'd missed the ball, which is pretty unfortunate, but DPF trying to strike a shot on target, followed up swiftly by a man who's gone from not doing too much to certainly putting his name in the pot of importance.
Right, you somebody's pleased with that phrase. Will there be a bit of a rainbow too, and a dash of gold sparkling here from the kickoff here? It will be the man of the hour if he can get on to the second goal sheet here. Miracle from his own backlines pops it over nobody. Johnny, who decides to run all the way back here, and that's a very much a strange decision. Andre should have cut that. Will be his turn to play onto this one.
Mez Games. He's going to try and beat one defender, but he's beaten two, and you just feel as if this back line for Neptunium is far too aggressive at the moment. They need to cut back, and I know the time is ticking down. I know there's 1 minute left on the clock, but Neptunium, what they need is a little bit of solidity. They're going to try and establish this with some aggression at this late stage as Evelios is beaten by Mez Games with a strong touch. DPF trying to work out of the corner. Miracle on the back line has a lot to do and unfortunately misses contact as Andre tips it up to the backboard. And for now, Neptunium aren't going to be conceding another one.
Not yet, as this ball's been at least planted to the back line, stuck there for about 15-30 seconds here. There has been no major extra strategy as Eros straight down. That's an excellent demo. And that is an excellent pop as well. A cheeky grin surely on this man's face.
And certainly one is on mine as well, as he wraps around the skyline, flicks it up with the rear end. Beautiful little pre-flip over the last man, sure to put a smile on the faces of Pardus and also add to their enthusiasm in this series so far, as well, this game too, Danny, safe to say, has been a rather dominant affair.
You were saying?
I'm going to stick with it. It's been a relatively dominant affair.
Glad one of us thinks that. The 4-2 margin with a late goal there that just made it a bit more respectable. The clock, however, ticks against them. It will be 1-1 in the series if this was to hold, of course, if DPS would fancy a third here for his team. Unfortunately, that ball's been propped up a little bit too ugly here to the backboard here. It will eventually go, and Andre decides to slice it down low.
Yeah, and Evelios taken over by DPF, his teammate, working down the corner, trying to get something in the nature of a consolation goal. But Pardus with complete and utter domination, I would say, in that second game. And in my opinion, partially due to unforced mistakes on the end of Neptunium. And to be honest with you, Danny, I think that's rather hopeful, because if you know that you're making mistakes of these nature, you also know you can fix them.
Okay, you seem to be the man with potential answers, Psycho, so I'll throw it right back at you. What is the answers to fix this? Because I don't see a clear and obvious one here.
It's difficult for Neptunium, but 2-3 of the goals conceded in this particular game were because of that backline just being a little too pushed forwards, a little too aggressive. Perhaps the adrenaline getting to them at these stages in the competition, and honestly, I don't blame them. It is scary coming up in these conditions where you know the viewer's eyes and the caster's eyes are on you and you need to put in a strong performance.
Well, hopefully so. If you were tuning in last night, the Prospect Grand Final was going around. It was a reasonably, respectively close one. The lower final was equally so too. This is the Challenger, mind you, the division directly above it. You talk about eyes being on it, so is the skill level that you expect. You want it stepping up too. Who will step up in this game 3 as we are poised quite nicely at 1 apiece?
Well, at the moment, could definitely go either which way, as Johnny is going to take advantage of an awkward ricochet from a strange 50-50, and Mez Games is going to be able to follow up on what's been an opportunity from absolutely nowhere.
You can probably imagine the bingo card in people's head right now. I'm disappointed with the defender. There was a chance in his head to jump on the first one. Patience is a virtue. Fortunately, comes with age as this one dropped right down nicely. Andres at the back line. Psycho talked about this earlier. Waits for it. Should be a keeper. And there was a keeper. Beaten, mind you. The post, however, still rattling.
And if you look at this back line, still pretty aggressive. Zevelios just about there in time to bail out his team. As Andre laces a ball onto the backboard, there's not going to be anyone to follow up straight away, but Johnny is going to do his work. Actually, no, he's going to run back and take control in the defense. A smart move from Pardus to re-establish some control of their own, as Andre now up into the air. He's going to try and get an additional touch central, cut away by the defense.
Mez, his turn now, and that's a woeful touch. Needs to be better, needs to be a lot tighter if you're going to play like that. And that's an excellent save, but where was the follow-up? You have to be smart when the ball's in the box.
Well, you asked where's the follow-up? And the player himself was a car in purple, with Velios striking down on what was a very impressive save indeed, but the follow-up just met by him that little bit faster, and it was an awkward situation for the defence to get out of, and I think a well-worked goal from Neptunium as Mez Games tries to work to the opposite side of the field, a strong 50-50. It's going to get a little bit of control as Johnny now gets a touch off his own backboard. He needs bailing out from a teammate, and they've done exactly that as he works his way forwards.
He's got a gentle touch. We just saw one like that earlier there. Well, when everybody decided to learn that's not maybe the right idea there, he's just dragged that one all the way to the middle. This one has to be tipped to the side in perfection, tight to the corner. Allowed Johnny the force of 50, keeping his team alive here. And that is diabolical defending if I've ever saw it.
Andre, don't give him ammo. Don't give him ammo. He's thrown himself and headbutted the wall of the post. And sadly for him, it's not the ball. It's got him a goal behind as Neptunium increase their advantage. In last game, I was talking about how it was a very loose affair for Neptunium. Right now, they are providing the aggression and the means to strike forward these opportunities. Is Ivelios with a fantastic demo and a touch just wide of the margin, and somehow a miracle has happened, Danny.
Certainly has. The keeper should be ashamed of him that time around. Mez done well, mind you. And DPF, excellent. And Spook said in the prospect, all what you need to learn is how to dunk. He's absolutely right. Does so with that same display here at Challenger. Now, the real question here is, can the side in red Harriers finally show a bit of teeth to come back? The answer's no. It's time to run away. It's 4-1.
Time to run away indeed, as Johnny, he's ever so close to the contact he needed, but just couldn't make it happen. And Ivelios again with the aggression to put a goal on the board for Neptunium. But Different to last game, Danny, there is plenty of time still left on the clock, and if that second game was anything to remember, it's that Neptunium does present its own cracks, and Pardus going to be looking to exploit that advantage as Mez Games working into the corner, and it's a little bit awkward on the end of Neptunium, but nobody from Pardus immediately wanting to strike as DPF knocks it off the corner. Mez Games in an awkward situation, Danny, and I feel it's going a bit downhill.
Only now is it going downhill.
Continuing to go downhill, Danny.
Maybe a bit tongue-in-cheek from Seiko and I here. Not used to high-end stuff here, but this, to be fair, is the lower final. Standard has to be set, has to be maintained. And a big word used by Spooks earlier about consistency of doing it in and out in these type of bracket situations. They've got to make sure it's all there. It's Miracle. Backline, he was high up as the third man, but more importantly, he got the challenge this time around here. 90 seconds, give or take, remaining here, and it's 4-1. I would say bloodbath of a game 3.
Absolutely, and it's a complete polar opposite to what we've seen prior in this series so far, and I wonder what it is that is particularly playing an effect which is creating the volatility which is on display right now, whether it's the nerves, whether it's trying to adapt to a prior performance quite dramatically and changing up the strategy. I'm not sure what's going on in these teams' heads. I'm not sure they know either at the moment. They're needing to get their heads down and try and put in a strong performance. That's all they care about right now, as Neptunium trying to strike for a 5th.
I'll give you one answer.
Go on then.
I heard I was casting. Anyways, I saw that.
Don't give them ammo. Don't give those darn casters ammunition.
I love how you're saying that. You could hear in Seiko's heart, he's beat and skipped still as a player one day, but when it turns black and shallow, you know there's nothing left, and that's when you become a caster. 4-2, mind you, could be 4-3! Sadly not there, and the ammunition still ticks on by.
The heart's still beating for Neptunium as they're surviving for the time being in their own defense, as DPF doesn't necessarily get the touch but provides the positional pressure in the air to force his agenda, as Miracle working down the field gets a 50-50 on one. Cannot beat the last defender as Ivelios 50s 2 of them, and Pardus a little bit out of shape at the moment with their commits, with their spacing. Definitely not the performance we've seen from them earlier.
Seiko?
Danny?
I must say, when we talked about, yes, well remembered. But when we talk about the expectations, or at least what gone into this one, mine was fairly low for one reason alone. It's who they're playing against in the grand final. And I'm evaluating on one question on, can any of these two sides beat the one in the grand final? My answer is no. Am I wrong to think like that, Seiko? I'll leave you with that question.
You're certainly not wrong to think it, but one of these teams is occupying the minds of our grand finalists, that being Neptunium. We did have some cheeky captain questions asked to some of the players on display today, and to quote, I feel that Neptunium in the early stages of playoffs will be the toughest game for my team. That was said by a Primordial player, and thus probably holds a little bit of grounds, as Neptunium, while they've won this particular game, it pushes them a little bit further forward to pushing them into that grand final slot against a team which slightly fears them, but do I think it's going to be enough? Judging by the performances so far, not quite, Danny.
There's a line between respect and fear. I feel like that question might have been asked wrong. Like, there is respect for them, but if they truly feared them, and after the performance they did earlier in the upper semi-final, that was a huge disalignment between what I think that word should understand and mean in this type of game here, because it was an absolute obliteration. Will it continue? Well, the question is, can they get there? You're right to say it's effectively Match point for them, but they're stuck in their own corner. They have yet to break free. Up it goes, and any of us, oh, were you thinking of Boost there as third man? Bold.
Bold indeed, but certainly reminiscent of all of us, all the viewers, and us ourselves, Danny, I'm sure. But at a time like this, not the best of ideas, as Miracle looks to strike, looks to pounce on a difficult angle to find, but the last defender simply not there on that occasion. The space was given and the placement certainly there.
What keeper? What defender? Sorry, scratch that. What outfield player was there?
Harsh words, Danny. Harsh words, but certainly need to be fed to ears that listen. And the teams today, they need to be aware of these mistakes themselves and potentially do something about it, as Mezgames is able to pounce on what seems to be such an unlikely 50-50, as Ivelios was right to challenge in his own corner. The favour was all in his favour, and sadly the 50 just wasn't what he needed.
Talk about ears to listen to, that's exactly right. Everybody can be a critic, but you got to know which ones to listen to. Is that one blocked off the line there? Andre needs to get this ball downfield for the sake of his two teammates here. As Miracle, not necessarily running rings, but that's a big bump in Johnny. You got to know when to leave the ball sometimes, because that could have spelt disaster. Tipped away, mind you, to the halfway line.
Neptunium trying to strike disaster once again, as Mezgames is able to afford his own team a little bit of breathing room with a clearance forwards, and is going to have to replicate exactly that in his back corner as he beats one defender, attempts to get a 50 on the second. Surely the support is there in numbers, but it also is on the offense for Neptunium, who have lunged forwards in numbers. Two players meeting two defenders. Unfortunately, the offense goes begging as Andre laces the ball downfield, and Mezgames touching forwards. A teammate is on rotation back at the moment. Both of these teams probably aware of the stakes now, probably trying to play it a little bit more safely, as Johnny up into the air, touches back to the opposition third.
Strong 50. Envios's turn with the ball there. Andrea is to his right. Johnny will be up, will be beaten, and that's a clattering in the middle of the skies there. Somebody will have to force into a double commit there. Tut here as this ball will be thrust to Johnny. He's got to make a decision now. You talk about playing sometimes the basics, the safety game. It has to be done well, smooth, and not a small crack in the armour. And so far, there's a lot of cracks, but not the mistake that cost them yet.
Such an important demo from Mezgames has cleared up the space on that side of the field as Johnny gets a touch back to himself. Can't afford himself more breathing room than that, though, as Andre gets a 50-50 back into the corner. There's nobody occupying the net fully, but they're able to scramble back in time for the slower shot as Johnny 50-50's back to the side, and possession is going to fall back into the hands of Neptunium as Miracle works his way forwards, gets an unsuspecting dunk on the last defender as DPF looking to push it back central.
I'm just looking roughly at the boost tallies at that moment in time there. Bit of free of advice. When you're under pressure, just send it long. Can't afford sometimes to let this one just continuously build up here. This is about 10, 12 onslaughts. That's been finally sent down free. Collect a bit of boost, rotate on back here, but Miracle sends it back before that's fully achieved. Defender beaten, 2-1 now established. It could be game over from here.
Well, Danny, you can be as critical as you want, but unfortunately, that was simply a matter of mechanical skill, and Miracle outpacing the defender in an equal spot, an equal advantage to get to grasp with that particular play. Miracle making the read off the corner has established an advantage in this particular game, as Andre in the corner needs to try and get this ball out quickly. The seconds, they are ticking down, and quickly as Andre with a bit of space needs to wrap this central. Unfortunately, the ball's gone high, Danny. You would have thought if he kept it low, the opportunity was there.
Hold on a second. Andre is there, slips away at a chance here. But my word, this is the lower final, gentlemen. And Where is the defender? Where is the back post rotation? There has to be a standard, there has to be something set there, but flinging the ball high up and saying, tap me in, I think anybody will take that invitation.
Well, Pardus is certainly going to have a grin on their face, almost as big as yours right now, Danny. As Ivelios works forward to the opposition, and it looks a little dangerous in DPF with such little boost in the tank has made the impossible happen, and somehow they force the ball out of their own back line, but only temporarily as Johnny strikes to the wall. Can he follow it up? He's got a pre-flip on the ball and is following it forward in the air. Well played from him, almost got a grasp on that ball as Mezgames unfortunately not able to make contact as DPF now tries to look for target. Is someone on the back line, Danny? Only just.
My words. Right. If that went in, I want all these 6 players in right now. I want words to them all. I want words with the assistant and the GM. Furious! But they have to keep the temperatures now in check here as that ball flung to the back lines. And Andre, we talked about Miracle being pushed too high up. Have you been caught out? The answer's no, but barely just for number 2 in this particular game.
Oh, and fantastic placement, it must be said, from Ivelios. I know you've been rinsing the teams on display right now, but that is a shot that no matter how you place the defense, is simply not one that can be stopped.
Yes, it can be. We might disagree, Cycle, but it can be. You know rightly it can be.
Well, if we're to view this play in an analytical light, if you have a man on the backboard in that specific spot, in that particular piece of time, potentially you would have had a save. You're probably right in saying that, Danny, but given the circumstances, Neptunium did what needed to be done and got the win they so rightfully deserved.
Some would say the results certainly would agree with that statement. Unfortunately for their Pars is out as the losers final. The 3rd spot will be certainly theirs. That does mean, however, the statement that Psycho read earlier, that one of these players talked about fear. Will that statement hold true? There's only one way to find out, and that's a grand finale to be played.
to do. I'ma fall in the back of my coupe. Shout out to my brother in that coat, ayy, ayy. I got 2 damn phones, call me Kevin Gates. Get these bands, lock them up, put them in a race. Don't need no safe, we get all our feelings change. Don't feel the same, no, I don't wanna feel this way. I can't escape, you know, no. My heart is racing, no, no. You took my place and I can't take it back, no, take it back. My heart breaks when you call my phone. Why can't you just leave me alone? I can't escape the way you made me feel, ayy. My heart breaks when you call my phone. Why can't you just leave me alone? I can't escape the way you made me feel, ayy. Ay. Whoa. Ay. She making me go insane. Wanna see that my girls and I'ma change. Little shawty, I know she messing with my brain. Don't need no side, cause I got my man. She making me go insane. Wanna see that my girls and I'ma change. Little shawty, I know she messing with my brain. Don't need no side, cause I got my man. And I know it will never change. Gotta get through the struggle, going through the pain. Lately my bros been acting so strange. Run up on me, be gon' let it bang. Lately I've been chillin', been thrillin' for some time now. Gotta get my bag, I can't waste no time now. Gotta get my head up, I can't leave it down. Can't leave it down now. Getting my Benz higher than ever. Gotta make my family proud, I ain't feeling no pressure. Too much money on the table, I swear it's a treasure. Play with us, bro, we gon' put you on a stretcher. That's why you back. Run it up for the team, hit you with that bean. Let me go and let it eat, this ain't no scheme. Ain't no scheme, ain't no scheme. Ay, ay, what you doing? Play me like a game. You stay the same, swear you looking like a lame. I'm feeling with fire, I can feel the flame. But you stay arguing, making me feel the blame. She making me go insane. Wanna see that my girls and I'ma change. Little shawty, I know she messing with my brain. Don't need no side, cause I got my man. She making me go insane. Wanna see that my girls and I'ma change. Little shawty, I know she messing with my brain. Don't need no side, cause I got my man.
Broken glass on the hotel floor. Gotta face my past before I end up in your arms. In your arms. I write my thoughts on an empty page, but no matter what I do, I still feel the same in your arms. In your arms. Yeah, I've called and you won't pick up, so tell them that I'm gone and I won't wake up. I asked if you wanted love, I just wanted it to last. Now I'm sitting in a pile of my own glass. The emotions got me insane. Feels like I'm losing my mind. We hoped we'd work through the pain, but now we've run out of time. You keep trying to undo me. That won't be my fate. What is life when the money and the fame gone? Broken glass on the hotel floor. Gotta face my past before I end up in your arms. In your arms. I write my thoughts on an empty page, but no matter what feel the same in your arms. In your arms.
Yeah, when I sat in a pile of glass, reminiscing about our past and how I was happy, yeah, then. 'Cause now my thoughts, they run away, and I need a safe place that used to be inside your arms. Nowadays it feels like
You keep trying to run through me. That won't be my fate. What is life when the money and the fame gone? Broken glass on the hotel floor. Gotta face my past before I end up in your arms. In your arms. I write my thoughts on an empty page, but no matter what I do, I still feel the same in your arms. In your arms.
I don't see my name next to yours. I can't feel my weight anymore. Holding on to hope that I might be enough. You know what my heart's aiming for. Meet me up and tell me you needed someone better. I can't wait around anymore. Feel like we don't speak how we used to be together. Lying down on my bedroom floor. Late last night I called, hoping you pick up the phone. I know that there's been some time since I had you all alone. What you really like is the thing I wanna find. Find a way into your life, life, life. There's no way out when I'm just not enough. There's no way out when I just wanna run, wanna run. There's no way out when I'm just not enough. There's no way out when I just wanna run, wanna run. I can't even see through the lights. Keep running round in circles and lines. Holding on to hope that I might be enough.
Welcome back to the RSC. It is the Challenger Tier, the grand finale itself. Everybody's been waiting and seeing, is the perfect season even possible? Well, we do have a question and an answer to that one. And Seiko, we might as well look at the bracket. They played 18 games in league play itself. They have not dropped in terms of a draw or a loss. They won 19 and 20 quite happily. Will 21st be the magical number for them?
Well, I'm sure everyone watching today, and us included, are going to be hoping that's the case. Trying to avoid the bias in a situation like this is nigh on impossible, as Primordial coming in as your certain favourites and the most dominating team potentially in RSC history and the history of European competition. They are incredibly strong. 20-0 is absolutely unheard of, as the brackets shown on screen now are showing a little bit more of that domination that they've displayed. But coming against them is a team that they are slightly fearing in the name of Neptunium, a team that they have referenced as being the toughest series that they will play in this competition.
Certainly so. It did come from the lower final as well. Neptunius, who played reasonably well, Paris equally against that matchup. I did refer to this as sort of the lower final revenge match, a chance for even the have a go against Primor. That will be the case. Will they have a chance to do that? And sometimes when you do get that chance, you either play very well or even worse. And just to put this in the context as well, Saigo, when they did play beforehand, the opening game was at least, what, 5 minutes in the OT and game on. That showed you the quality, but never delivered since.
Absolutely, and even in the lower finals, the match that Neptunium played to get through to the grand finals, which is on display right now, it did look a little bit shaky. And given the fact that Primordial and Neptunium have played today already, and that didn't look quite so tasty as well, we know the favourites for this particular matchup, Danny, but nonetheless, high stakes on the line, and that certainly does play a factor in what we're watching today.
Certainly so. The grand final of the championship tier has begun. Will it be a fairy tale of a 21 season? Or will it have a bludgemark at least? Or will it even go to a nightmare? We'll find out in potentially 14 games or 7. But straight down, we'll be waiting Miracle to get a touch onto that one. Unfortunately, not to be the case there.
And I think it goes without saying what you need to be looking at in terms of Primordial's domination. All 3 of these players playing a huge part in not only their team's successes, but their successes specifically today as well. All 3 of these players very, very strong working around each other, and more importantly, not making any mistakes, not making any blunders, at least not ones that they repeat.
Hopefully that will be the case. Just learning from them is the crucial bit of the game as Miracle leaves that one. Omar, who's waiting patiently, bumped away here. That's a strange way of dealing with the pressure, but they got away with it.
And DPF now, he had space to work with, and you would have thought he could have used that a little bit to force a defender out of position, but no. He did it pretty hastily. And Neptunium, one thing they need in this series if they're going to survive it, let alone win it, is to make the most of the opportunities they have, the space they have. They need to be working fluidly, and they need to be working smartly, and that is a difficult thing to do.
And else up to the backward. Twisted is waiting, and that is a wide open net. If anybody had any doubts, this might be a walkover. Is it?
Well, all of the doubters, myself included, put to shame in an instant by DPF, who shot a backboard touch looming above the last defender. As it's still relatively early doors, but there is a spark that's been lit in the early stages of this series, lit by Neptunium, a team you certainly wouldn't expect to be taking this too convincingly. And unfortunately, Danny, I fear I may have spoken at the wrong moment.
It's okay. Sometimes it happens. After a player, we all make an error here and there. Difference is when you learn from it. We just said that near enough a minute ago. How funny things could just unfold here as Twisted looks to put 2-1 onto the scoreline. Omar's there. Now it will be Tumor, and that's a wayward shot to say at the least.
And Miracle's struggling in his own back corner, beaten out by the opposition as Omar looks to put a shot on net. Toma back to the middle as Miracle working out, and something that can be highlighted from that particular player is his mechanical ability on the ball. He can assert a little bit of control once he's got it underneath his grasp as DPF tries to put a ball central, but Toma's waiting on the wall already to follow up a clearance from his teammate.
Fabulous bang downfield. Now it forces Twisted to do something. Miracle beaten. Envious or DPF will have an option to go for it. Envious was the player he decided to go for it. Beaten around, and Miracle, you were warned once in the lower final. I'll not give you the second time as Envious now take the ball downfield here to salvage his team. Big mistake there.
And Omar in the corner is going to make an important touch. Toma 50-50 against DPF. It's gone central. It's dragged out one player. Neptunium appearing to slow things down a little bit right now, and it's certainly working for them as they continually drag out this Primordial defense as a fantastic double touch comes through. So just say goodbye, wave goodbye to all that pressure that was, well, worked with a lot of effort, Danny.
Certainly so. Miracle just handed the ball, mind you, directly back there. You have to hold sometimes the possession. DPS and Envious tripping each other up here. Bang it goes. This one should be comfortably dealt with, but a double commit Miracle. He has time onto the ball, pops it high up. Tormer will have their chance here. Again, it's these small little double commits will be costly in the long run.
Absolutely, as two players from Primordial almost getting dragged to that piece of backboard defense as Toma works his way down the field. Can he get a touch to beat one? He can. Can he beat the second one? But Ivelius is already there. Tries to get a 50-50 on the second man, and there's 3 beaten, Danny! An open net that should have been slotted in. Somehow, the circumstances have been avoided.
Could have been an open net on the other end too. We're at 1-1. This was like game 1 before. Oh. Massive stop, but is there a keeper? Big mistake. I don't know if it was a save or not. We'll give the credit to DPS. His name lit up. But mind you, there's 30 seconds here. There was an onslaught. Miracle up and around, trying to redirect, twist it. Pops into the save, and the defenders is hopping and skipping. Clueless, mind you. Prospect was yesterday. This is meant to be challengers. This is meant to be the step up.
And you have to squint and watch as the ball floats towards the top, and the top left of the net as Miracle tries to beat one defender. He's done exactly that, twisted, dragged out of position. But certainly a touch that was required from him has been met by him. And well, Danny, you said we'll give him credit. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt when that save came through. But watching from the perspective of DPF, he saved his team's behind in that situation. A ball was certainly flying in the back of the net, and he was there to deal with it. And you could have thought that in that last 30 seconds of play, they could have worked the ball in the back of the net. And Neptunium, their offense looks strong. Their defense, still something a little bit to be desired, but they have the spark lit as they're working back down the field.
This match happened before, though. A very long OT, I think it was 5 minutes, if memory serves me rightly here. And unfortunately, Neptunium wasn't able to capitalise on their big chance. That one's high. Will be tipped to the backboard. This has to be dealt away with if they want any chance to win. This must be in their column by the end of the timer, which is ticking up continuously. Only they can be the destiny deciders. Here's that one. Ooh. Looking more closer and closer to their own net. Timer once more just tips it high up into the pressure point. Yeah, Miracle's there. This one will have to be leashed down as Twisted there was there. Gets away with it. 1 minute 10 plus in this OT. Gone by.
DPF works down, tries to get a 50-50 on the last defender. A Miracle with a lot of space to work with is almost beaten out by the lurking Primordial defense as Omar in the corner now can only put it back to the hands of Miracle, who slices it to the backboard. DPF trying to put a ball towards the bottom left-hand corner, and offense is established for this time only, but Twisted looks so strong, particularly as a last man. 6 saves to his name, and Toma is going to try and end the game early. But Twisted, as I've been talking about, such a strong defender on that back line. It seems no matter what you throw at that player, he has a response.
Miracle has his chance. That's it infield. Shaking. Omar even jumped on that one. We talk about potential all-stars. This entire team in blue could maybe line up themselves with credits of that accolade, but Tumor pops it up. Envious is there. DPS straight down, passes it right across. Miracle forces it down. DPS just stick it in the corner or stick a size 12 boot in it. He can't get to it, and Tumor sends it to the corner for him. Shot goes in. It's the same mistake that technically unfolds like the upper semi-final. And in my personal opinion, this grand final's over. Just give them the trophy now.
It might potentially be with a mistake as simple as that, and that is how this game goes, Danny. It's a cruel, twisted esports, and unfortunately right there it's come to haunt Neptunium, a team that seemed to look dominant, I thought, through the majority of that match. The only difference being the solidity of Primordial. The amount of mistakes they are making, pretty much zero. Neptunium, they had so much to work for, and they came so close.
So what? Not to be cruel, not to be mean for the sake of it. They lost the game 1. That's it. And Psycho, as much as we could sit here and talk about performance being better, they lost.
It's the way it goes sometimes. It's the way it goes. And Neptunium, they have a massive, massive question to answer right about now. And it's a question that they would have wanted to answer in game 1. Are they potentially Titan beating? I don't think so, but maybe we'll watch it happen.
Let's hope, for the sake of the grand final, from the neutrals' perspective, everything that we talked about prior to the series going into it, I did ask the question, was any of these two teams capable of beating Primordial? My answer was no. Did reference the upper final, or sorry, the upper semi-final. Less time in the OT required to get the win as well. If history was to repeat itself, as I said, this will be over pretty much quickly in a sweep fashion too. For their sake, let's hope not here as game 2 unfolds, and it will be Envious to start from his own back lines, and he won't even get a touch on the ball.
Oh, and it's a fantastic save from DPF and Miracle as well. The third man rotating in, just about scraped off their own backliners. There's early drama in this game number 2. A fantastic piece of defense and rotation works through from Neptunium, Danny, but it looks so close to disaster at pretty much all times for this backline. They need to keep the support coming in numbers, not just once, but it needs to be something continued as Ivelios strikes at the top of the net, and somehow, Danny, after all's been said and done, he's worked a fantastic shot on target.
Let's not be fooled by one goal. Yes, the pressure was there. Yes, they dealt with it. And they got maybe the just results of scoring. But they cannot rest on the pressure and the efforts they've exuded there. DPF from the back lines. We saw what could have conceded earlier. Fabulous save once more by this player. He will be maybe just awarded for that particular role he's playing as the mighty keeper. Envious, on the other hand, will require the skin. The keeper off the net, DPS, blocks it for the second consecutive time.
As Ivelios tries to work something in midair, no boost to his name, as DPF can only just throw a ball at the back line and hope the errors are going to come through. Certainly not an appropriate strategy when you're facing a team such as this, as Toma looks to cheekily nab the opponent's back boost, starve them of everything they have. I think at the moment Primordial know that the defense is pretty well structured for the time being and just trying to get to grips with everything they can.
Envious. Won't be much grip onto that one. Keeper's been sent. DPS. He's been very much good playing that last man role, but it will eventually crack at some point near side. No. Miracle. DPS, no. Envious, will he go for? Will the itching of the trigger just tempt him? Yes, it did, but Miracle was able to cover with the last second rotation. 2 minutes gone, and to everybody's surprise, it's not Primordial up by 1, it's their opposition counterparts are.
Certainly not over yet, as there's a driving force of 2 orange players trying to work their way down the field, and at the moment seem to be in control. And like you referenced earlier, Danny, these last second rotations that are coming through, literally last second rotations that are coming through, are saving Neptunium's bacon, and you need to wonder how long that will maintain itself as DPF works his way to the corner. Can he get a ball central to a teammate or beat a player? He's going to beat the player, beat a second man as well, and have a follow-up by the name of Ivelios as the ball looming above the opposition net. Not quite in that time.
Miracle's got to be realising those situations. He's never going to win double commit here. Envious, he'll challenge for it. Tumor, Omar will be the last 2 in the defensive line. There infield it goes. Omar just to tip it. Miracle, he might fancy his chances. Shot originally goes wide into the corner. The question, who can capitalise on his? Tumor went for the bump. Omar's there with a round back wall being pelted now here, but the problem is it's going further and further away from that red net.
At the moment, you're seeing growing confidence at the back line of Neptunium. No more of this frantic last second rotations in. It's looking structured. It's looking good, Danny. But you got to think that could have been a goal.
Could have been. It isn't. It remains 1-0. Simple as that, Psycho.
Simple as that, Danny. And DPF wanting to have something to say about that. Ivelios tries to work his way past the last defender, can only best one as DPF back to the wall now. Needs to look for a teammate or try and find some control. Unfortunately, he's thrown it straight back to the hands of Primordial, and it really is a matter of maintaining this control for as long as possible, actively thinking every time you hit the ball, who's going to be the recipient.
DPS, well, he's been forced into that, Fettic. Straight down, and that's a woeful... Oh!
Woeful. Unfortunately, there's no better way to describe it. And Twisted, he's put the icing on the cake with a bump at the back lines, Danny. And I know that by the tones of our voices, it sounds as if it's almost over. We're still one apiece.
That one will absolutely sting. Especially in the column. Especially with all the things that was maybe an illusion, but looked certainly up. But Miracle has to look down the other end here, chasing the ball here. It will be above Twisted's head. He won't get a touch into it, so Envious force him to the 50. Miracle, do not jump. You know you're going to be beaten. He will not this time around. Maybe lesson learnt here, but forced into this ball, right into the middle. Who wants it? Who shall have it? That's a lovely shot up to the back wall, and 10 odd seconds is approaching here. Just has to play smart.
And Ivelios going for a corner read. He's so close to the final touch. You would have thought if you gave him a second attempt at following that up, it would have found the back of the net. Almost wonderfully works from Ivelios, and that is the type of spark which is needed, Danny. Sometimes you just got to give them the silent treatment. And unfortunately, when it was needed most, Neptunium fell apart. 0 seconds to be precise, Danny. That's all it takes to spell disaster.
I'm trying to sit here and think, where have I been here before? Because there's a match that's rummaging in my head as long as I've been in the casting booth, and I've felt this one before. But the fact that you had a lead, the fact that you've just lost it, one thing that you shouldn't be doing is making sure that you're going to be giving possession away. And when you lose it like that, you don't have any words. And just sometimes as well, you just know that it might not be your night, Psycho.
Might not be your night. But Neptunium, there is a positive to losing these two matches on the trot. And that is they have shown sparks of brilliance. And they seem to be adapting to the quality of their opposition. Now obviously Primordial, so far in this entire RSC10 Challenger season, have shown themselves to be the team to beat. A team which is unbeatable up until this point. And Neptunium seem to be working their way around it.
It's one of the few great lines that's been made by philosophers. Humans are great problem solvers. Neptune will have to find an answer to what seems to be the greatest problem that Challenger has been facing a very long time, and I think it's fair to say Primordial has been taking the time and effort to put the scrim hours to practice with each other, to know where they're going to be and how they're going to respond. That has been evidence for 20 series, and now in this 21st, they're now 2-0 up here. Are they truly unbeatable? Well, the question about fear was certainly what was in my doubt, because this is ultimate fear here, chased into the corner, bullied into extinction. This, as I said in Game 1, is all over, and this is surely evidence of this being reproduced.
And at the end of the day, Danny, there's not too much you can do if you don't assert control early on. And unfortunately for Neptunium, the loose touch in the corner from Miracle is what spelt disaster. It's what enabled the infield pass from the opposition, and for Omar to strike on that open net. And so far in this match, it's looking relatively ugly as Omar just trying to put an extra one on the board. Twisted moving across to the opposite side of the field. Omar, maybe he can do something about that 50-50 as Toma makes his way up into the air. Miracle up nice and early to counter that particular play as Twisted drives the ball back downfield.
Well, that's a decent 50. And a fan of chasing this one down, but it's planted into the corner. This should be popped soft and gentle. At least gonna have Miracle a chance here, but he's been removed off to the pitch here, so it's twisted from his own black end of the right-hand corner here, tucked into it and forced into a second consecutive 50 here once more. And my word, that's just desperation slipping on in here.
Absolutely, and Evelios jumping and just striking towards net. It's almost as if there was no other possible option. They're being completely trained, their vision completely one-sided in towards the opposition net. As Evelios almost got himself a free goal in that situation, completely undefended by Primordial.
Nice touch by Twisted back into the corner, and that needed to go. That was the chance, maybe of a lifetime, to get back into this grand finale. And that is an excellent save by Envios. It's been arguably the best shot here that Neptunium has ever put on this grand final, and it was in their own net near enough.
Harsh words, but truer words probably never spoken. Neptunium, potentially one solid shot towards the top of the net in the previous game that established their early lead, which ultimately they went on to lose. As DPF, working through the skies, needs a solid 50 and has done exactly that. There needs to be a follow from only one player, not the both of you. They've continued to have a little ruckus in the side of the field, bumping each other on the way back. And Danny, you talked about desperation earlier. It's certainly kicking in now.
Maybe it might be the new scent in the RSC's merch range. Desperation, loneliness and despair all rolled up into three there as Tomer forced us on that one to the corner. Back into it and Twisted, arguably one of the very few mistakes he did. Should have done better. They have full control in this. They don't need to feel pressure. Is that shot going in? Yes, it is. 2-0.
2-0, and you just have to look back the situation once again to understand the gravity of this side's problems. Neptunium really, really struggling. And there's 1 minute 26 to go. And unlikelier things have happened before. An odd kick-off goal here or there. Little whiff on the back line. It's all they need to get themselves back in contention. But we all know that Primordial is not a team that makes mistakes. They need to force the agenda. Neptunium, they know what has been going right for them so far this series. They need to put to bed what's been going wrong for them.
For them, that may be for the new season. Solve that potential problem. Will be short of a miracle, if I'm going to be brutally honest in these moments here, because I've seen no evidence for it. They are the ones, however, that have to dig deep to find it here. Boost given here. The DPS, he's been sent all the way back here. And Prior, they've done well. That's a free shot here. The follow-up shoot sends a goal here. The fabulous bit of pressure. Omar in the wrong position. That's a sentence we didn't get to say too much here in this grand final. But he was there. That should have been 4-0.
Should have been indeed, as Omar tries to play a ball central. I feel as if Neptunium right now have one of the hardest tasks to accomplish in this esports. When you're uncomfortable with your opposition, when you know you're being simply outpaced on an individual level and completely annihilated by the structure of your opposition's play, slow it down and take less risks. It's not an easy thing to do, Danny.
Well, I agree with you. What is certainly not easier to do is a bracket reset. We've seen lower bracket runs and major tournament history, and it's been whimsical for people to mention it in a sentence, and frankly you have to have the belief sometimes to say it. I would be lying to everybody right now tuning into RC after this game 3 say that is what's going to occur here. I fully don't believe in it. I fully suggest this is going to be a 4-0 sweep. That is where my heart lies. But Psycho, I hate to say it and I hate to even give that thought out, but you mentioned it in the green room. You were in that very position before, effectively, and yet it has been achieved.
It's certainly possible, and Neptunium, the question for them, like I've been saying, is can they put their mistakes to bed? Because towards the start of this series, everything was looking up for them. They had the momentum in their favour on the offence, and they were well structured at the back to say goodbye to all of those offensive opportunities. And I feel for Neptunium, what they need to do is slow the play down. They need to be a bit more controlled over their touches, how they're working as a unit, and perhaps if they put all of those missing pieces together, they are in with a shot of getting back into this series.
Potentially. But we now find ourselves here in DFH Stadium. 3 championship points. Big task. Well, we've talked about what could unfold. There's a very firm line between Seiko and I. There's been certainly a firm distance, a mile long, between these two teams. A perfect season still on the cards, and still can be wrapped up with a lovely bow, and they're happily 1-0 up.
Simply outpacing their opposition. It's what Primordial have been doing not only this whole weekend, but also the whole of the competition, the whole of league play and challenges. Primordial have been setting the pace. And once again, our little interviews with some of the captains in this competition, it is clear that these teams recognise that fact. What they need to do is not try and keep up with the tempo, but bring it to one of their own.
Good advice. Again, will that be used as this ball's fancy in itself to go into that red net once more here, and this will certainly put this game into bed. As long as it remains 1-0, there is more chance of it being recovered here as that ball put across right the 18-yard backs into the other corner, and Omar just happily receives it, tucks this ball right all the way downfield. Not, mind you, conventional nor wanted here. Envious forced into the double, and DPS, he's got a difficult task, but Miracle helps out when needed.
And he's also got a touch central and a bump on one of the final defenders by the front post as DPF on his way back looking to disrupt the opposition's defence as Miracle now lunges into the corner, followed up swiftly by Avelios. Miracle faking out one. Can he beat another defender? Primordial simply too well structured on that occasion as Toma drives the ball to the opposition corner, tries to look for bumps, is twisted as the open net presents itself. DPF bailing them out.
Envious is up around here. There'll be low boost on the counter, that's for sure. Here is another touch here, twisted. Will maybe follow on to that one, no, but it will work out nonetheless. Popped it up here. Tumors up, Envious, he needs to whip this one downfield, not to the keeper. Cannot rely on a mistake from that distance here. It's Miracle. He will, well, he was going to touch it, doesn't get it, and it's worked out much better for them.
And it looks a horrifying position. Just a touch off the backboard there. I thought there was simply going to be no follow-up from Neptunium, and Primordial knocking on the door as Twisted laces it to the backboard. They know their opposition is uncomfortable in that position. They know they can follow up on those high touches with such a higher degree of certainty. As Tomar looking a little awkward down the wing. Omar equally throwing possession there as Ivelios tries to strike for a net well defended by Primordial.
Well defended, of course it is, at the halfway line, shooting from there. Keeper going to get beaten? Certainly not going to happen. Envious, on the other hand, forced into the save. Nobody in the back lines here. And TPS knows that, sends it round, and the keeper's made a hash of that one. Sends it to the ceiling, gets away with it. Temporarily as a double come in, a bump can be coming on through. Once more to the crossbar. This one needs to be set low. It needs vigour and pace onto it. But once more here, it has not been achieved. And once more, the champion surely, not even calling them a lax, are just toying with their food.
Absolutely toying with them, with all avenues being exploited. The backboard, the sidewall, the infield, every single area of play, every domain of play is in favour of Primordial as Omar throws it across to the other side of the field. Toma already there to follow up his teammate. They're structured, they're sound, there's no cracks, no hiccups as a bump comes through from Miracle. It's not going to be enough because they simply can't afford to throw the risk when they're only a goal down.
Omar straight up, Envious is there, and Miracle's waiting on the backboard. You're not good enough, my son, for that one. The pass isn't going to be there either, but infield it goes, and that is a diabolical decision. You have to know when to go for the ball, but that was certainly never the decision. Whether it's a prospect or premier, that was not the decision.
It's a decision which is not just going to be haunting Miracle himself at the back line there, but all of the viewers back at home and us ourselves, Danny, as DPF adding salt to his own wounds, not able to find the open area of the net. As DPF on the back lines drives a ball forward, but who to? Toma is the name of the recipient as he tries to work into the corner. Omar once again in support of his teammates, and Danny, the seconds are ticking down and we're seeing our champions truly come into fruition.
Certainly so. And I hate to be that guy as well, but Seko, I did say in game 1 we might as well hand the trophy over. It looked nothing but our champions in blue, who's done everything right for 21 games straight.
Toma just going to put the ball down on the left-hand side of the field, Danny. And like you say, 21 wins on the trot for Primordial. It sounds almost trivial given the players on this roster and the performances they've put up today in particular. But this team is a team deserving of their accomplishments and deserving of some applause.
Certainly so. Neptune, to be fair to them, any other season, this could have been their chance to win a trophy. But they faced a team that was not going to do it. 21 wins. I think it's fair to say record breaking. Will it ever be matched? That'll not be a question for future generations to move on and play here. So a huge congratulations to them as well. We'll hopefully get a word respectively so from them shortly, Psycho. But I think it's fair to play that both sides respectful enough to see what each others have achieved during their campaigns, but prior they have delivered a statement, and that's going to do them a world of good if they decide to continue. Why wouldn't you when you win a season like that?
Why wouldn't you? And it's not just on the field that this Primordial roster have been working their butts off. It's also behind the scenes. Apparently this team has been scrimming day in, day out for such a long time now, and all of their efforts have culminated through to the performances we've seen, like I've said, not just today, but throughout the entire RSC Championship, and they are very much deserving of their victory today.
Certainly so, and I know there's a few people quite happily waiting in the background to have their words be mentioned on the stream, but rightly so too. But before we even get on to it, Primordial has a Portsmouth boy in the form that Seika would know quite well, and I'd be looking forward to have their statement as well. But before we have those words from them, I think credit has to be given to Neptune as well too. I would say if they did win that upper semi-final, they may have had a better chance. If they maybe won the first game, they would have had at least a reasonable stead going into it. Those were must, unfortunately, not achieved. So Seiko, it'd be interesting to see what they come off with in terms of how they structured their campaign. It'd also be interesting to find out why they also made a change as well in terms of their lineup in the upper final. Bold decision, but certainly one to be interesting to ask.
Absolutely, and it's a change that was almost unrecognisable, so credit to them for how they worked with the change that they opted to make. Primordial, obviously, it wasn't an easy task for them, but like you say, Danny, they are deserving of their credit, and in those first initial games, it was almost as if they could have taken both of them, to be honest with you. And after that, we just saw mistake after mistake, and unfortunately the desperation just setting in. Why wouldn't it when you're against an opposition such as Primordial?
Well, certainly so, and I think that's enough potential of listening to us as well too. And if I have heard correctly, and I know I certainly have, so the champions are here in the VC. They want to have their say on it as well too. And do you know what, Seiko? I'll let you have the first question. Who do you want it to?
God, you know what? I don't mind. I just want to get a feel for these players and how, you know, how they're feeling after such a tremendous accomplishment. And honestly, it's not something you can put into words very easily. After you come out with a performance like this, how do you justify it? What has gone right for them? It's just, you know, it's just another day of Rocket League for them. It's such an easy affair for them. And yet surely they've got to be feeling something after today. So my question would be, how are you feeling?
Hello?
I think that's very five
Hello.
quiet people there.
5 very quiet people. Come on, team, give me some energy. How are you feeling?
Hello?
We can hear you live on the RSC channel.
Okay. Hello.
We can indeed.
Hello.
Well, we got two. We got 2 people,
Okay,
Danny.
we apologize, okay, we're like it's a bit scuffed with the 2 of our members. So it's me and Tomer now.
You're gonna have to suffer with me and Omar.
Well,
You know
that's
what?
fair
Suffer we
enough.
shall. Suffer
Well,
we shall, boys. How are you feeling?
Oh, amazing. I'm not gonna lie.
Pretty epic. Most crazy season ever.
I bet it is. I don't think it's been replicated ever by any team with such a degree of certainty. So full props to you all, and it's certainly got to be asking some questions to all of you about your future going forwards, your ambitions with this game, because at the moment in this Challenger tier, I feel as if a lot of players are simply limited by the amount of time they've put into the game or their experiences that they've had so far. Obviously, this being a massive experience. What's next for you guys?
Hopefully rival. I don't think the admins would let us stay in Challenger. So I think
Rightfully
it's rival
so.
for all of us. So I'm hoping I could do well in rival. I don't know how good I'll be in comparison to the tier, but I'm excited for it.
Well, excited. Well, there is somewhat of a niggling question here, and there was a response based on the sheet we've been given, we've been talking about it all day long, rightly so, and you said you feared your opposition in the grand final. Were you just making that up just for a talking point? Because there's no such thing as fear when you've swept them comfortably twice in a playoff bracket.
It's because we would do a lot of scrims throughout the season, and the only team that could consistently take games off us was Neptunium. So and every other team would just lose one match in 8 games. So we respected Neptunium a lot, especially in the upper semifinal, I think, because we thought that would be the toughest match because, of course, playoff nerves, like the first game on stream, plus our toughest opposition. But when we swept them, I think we gained a lot of confidence in the final.
Absolutely, and you know what? That confidence fully justified. And I think there's going to be a question looming on the minds of all of our viewers today. And you know what? Myself included. What is the secret? What is the secret behind your successes?
I think it's just the fear of not losing, to be honest.
Honestly, we just grinded. We weren't this good at the beginning of the season. People think we were, but we just grinded. We just kept trying to improve, scrimming all day, every day, and the results showed. Our grinding wasn't for nothing, basically.
Absolutely.
I love the
Go on,
answers. I'm just sitting here, and I remember when interviewing Psycho when he actually won a TCS match back in the day. and everybody else have been in a situation where professional seems to be the answer. And you're right, been asked the sense of where is next. But from what I'm getting from you here, and maybe wrongly so, this was almost too comfortable. So would I be wrong in potentially asking here, would you like to have a go at the rival teams or the next ones up? Because I think you might have a decent chance.
I mean, okay, I'm not gonna ego on stream,
Yeah,
but
I think you
all
can
go
have-
for
you
it.
can have-
More than
Go
welcome
for
to.
it. We've been doing it
We
all
wanna
day
hear
long.
We can expose a few details, Omar. I think we're good.
I mean, okay, we can do decent. I'm not gonna say anything more than that. Like, because we scrimmed a couple of rival level teams and we were doing decently, and that's all I'll say.
You know what? I was hoping for a little more drama from you guys. I was really hoping you'd stir the cauldron, really get some quotes taken from you, bite into your opposition for next season potentially. But you know what? With the performance that you've displayed, not only today but through the whole competition, it is clear that you are above the pay grade of this particular league. And if you do want to improve as a player, as a team, there's only one way to do that, in my opinion. That is to look for harder opposition, and you certainly got that ahead of you.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably the right way to go. Before we let you off here, any final words or shout outs to, I wouldn't say fans, probably MDs on the entirety of the Discord going so well at 21-0 for a season. But if there is a friend, would you like to shout them out?
You can go, Tomer.
Why me now? I guess to everyone who believed in us, thank you very much. Everyone who predicted us on all of the league plays. So yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, and I want to shout out like Twisted. He was like a really good AGM. Like
Yeah,
he
I'd also like to
asked
say that.
us to like play together in preseason, and like we saw the potential. And he was like he's a really good captain. He would like sort out all the scrims, and like it's like he did a lot of work. Unfortunately, he's not here because he's bet with the like electronics.
Technology.
Yeah. But yeah, and I want to thank
As well
Archeon
for
and
Scott,
Asterix
big
for
shout
being
out
goats.
for him.
Thank you very much for joining us, and I suppose thank you for the treat of the gameplay. Very little to say that was wrong tonight, and very wrong of a season, but that was your words from your champions, Primordial. But Psycho, I think it's fair to let them go because they've had a long enough days of 5 hours worth of gameplay. They did have a small break in the bracket itself. We might as well have a small reminder how we've proceeded through the entirety of the day too, because when you win 21 games, you just gotta say there's nothing that could beat us. But they were very much respectful, almost like the Swiss scene in comparison. But they started the day 3-0 in the upper final, and again it was a repeat earlier, and you know what? That game could have been close.
Could have been close indeed, and you can see on screen the run that Primordial have had. It's not been easy whatsoever. Sweeping Neptunium in the first upper round, beating out Pardus in the uppers as well, and going on to beat the team that they dispatched so quickly in the upper round 1. And it's a run that many will remember as being one of the most special in RSC history. And like we've said earlier, Danny, we really do need to pay all of our respect towards Neptunium, who works their way through to the grand finals as well, themselves not having an easy run whatsoever. They had to play Primordial in the very first round of that playoffs, and that is obviously a tall order, can be a confidence shatterer, everything can go downhill from there, but they managed to pull up through in the lower bracket, beating Nezuko Gang, Masai, Pardus, and finding themselves all the way to the grand final.
Certainly so. It's been an interesting evening with very much, I would say, a lack of upsets, but there was certainly a drama on the night because we saw a few shots while it was questionable to go in, while a keeper save keeping the team close into it. Very much deserved champions proud. Neptune, of course, second in the entirety of the bracket. But that does mean, sadly, in terms of the weekend's action from Prospect and Challenger, done, dusted. But there does mean a few thank yous as well that needs to be handed out, of course, to the B Stream crew who set everything up as well for today, as well as our previous casting duo in the form of Dispatch and Spooks. But again, I think not everybody would realise the hard work that actually goes into the broadcast. Sauce, our fabulous producer in the background, who spends quite a long time setting up a production, and I'll tell everybody this for nothing, it's not easy work.
It's not easy work at all, so full credit to the team behind RSC, who has honestly worked from absolutely nothing towards the production quality that we have today. Not only the production quality, but the quality of the league and how much it's developed over the years. I remember seeing RSC so many years back, and it was absolutely dwarfed in comparison to what we have today. And that is all thanks to, like you said, our producers behind the scenes, everyone who's getting involved, mostly voluntarily, in this scene that's been supported for so long.
Certainly, so volunteers, what keeps the grassroots levels up as well too. But sadly, that is everything done and dusted from Psycho and I. There is, however, one thing left if you want to get involved in RSC. The links are down below from Twitter to Discord. Get involved in the community, but there is still more play-ins and playoff actions. Will a champion be crowned? Well, a few weeks' time coming. We'll see us on the other side of it, though.